All right, a little late to the party. Welcome to the 11 ball room. Today we've got a match between Matt Walker. He's a 626. And of course, 11 ball Rob, 556. Looks like it's a 9 ball. Race to 7, 200 in the middle. Matt looks like he's up 2-0. Rob looks like he's, or 10 ball, I'm sorry. Nice shot on the 5 ball there, Rob. That was a really, really touchy shot. Put a little bit of outside English on it to get the ball over there towards the pocket. I'm going to stun this right over there. The key is missing the 7 on this shot. Miss the 7, you'll be fine. Touch the 7, you run into some issues here. Good shot. So, preference on this, some people like to stun it with a little no English. Personally, sometimes I like to underhit it, and that causes me to go into this little area right here. So I like to draw the ball and bring the ball back that way. But it's pretty comfortable with this table. He'll just bring the ball all the way down here, this pocket. I don't know if he is more comfortable playing the 9 ball in the same pocket. Preferably, I like to let the stroke out and land the cue ball somewhere in this area for the 9 on the side. Now he'll probably just stun it over and just put the 10 ball over there in the opposite pocket down there. Good shot. Nice little stop shot here. All right. 2-1. Could be winner break. Probably is winner break. Anyways, my name is Mike Wissard. I am a Utah transplant in Arizona. This is my second commentary. How many people do we have in the chat here? Two to one. Mathew, really good player from Utah, playing 11 ball Rob. Rob just came off a huge win yesterday against Bobby Atkinson. Big old grind match. Victor Kukuza. Good to see you, sir. All right, so I haven't watched a whole lot of Rob. Check out his break here. Good break. Got a little fortunate, didn't get kissed in the side there, but Matt's going to have a shot on the left side. I don't know if he can see a full ball. Looks like he could see a full ball. You can possibly bring that 1 ball down here. Towards this way. It looks like this way. And you kind of draw the cue ball maybe over here, or maybe even over here on this side. kind of the idea. I think you put a little bit too much outside English on it, which caused the ball to come over here and hit hit this 5 ball that was sitting over here. Still a tough shot. Looks like Rob can go ahead and pocket this 1 ball. I like to roll this in. I mean, you've got to take some tough shots in a 9-footer eventually. You know, ideally looking at this, you've got 3 tough shots in a row. I like going for this and running them out. There's probably a better safe somewhere, but I think the right shot is rolling the cue ball over here to the rail, taking a couple of licks, taking your medicine, and once you get to the 3, I think it's pretty easy coasting from there. Kevin, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Maybe there's a safety that he's looking at here. You know, it's hard because the cue ball tends to come this way, and you can bring it up over here, but you know, that angle you tend to hit this ball instead, and then it's wide open. Looks like he's going to be rolling it forward. Just make the shot. No, he's creating some distance there. Little lucky and unlucky at the same time. I don't think Matt can make this ball in top right corner. Looks like he could pocket in the left side. He could just kind of stun it over there behind the 5 ball. All right. Good shot. Left a little distance. Left a little distance there. Still a makeable shot. You know, I'm more of a run-out player, so I'm going to take this shot on definitely for sure. I'm going to be coming up and hitting this rail up here and coming up this way. See if there's a good safety shot somewhere. What'd you guys think of that grind match yesterday? Man. What it was like 9 hours? Back at it again. All right, let's see an overhead of the. Yeah, I think that if you play a safety here, I mean, you could play a safety and bring the cue ball over there to the top right corner behind the 9. You use those 8 and 10 as a blocker. Kind of like that. That's probably a better shot and an easier shot. I don't think Matt can see the left side of the 1 ball. He'll move the magic track there probably. Looks like he's going to kick at it. So the idea is to kick at it, hit it full, and stick the cue ball right there. That unfortunately missed. That'll be ball in hand for Rob. Key here is to make sure that you have an angle to get back over there for the three. I like to roll the ball up there, so I would probably take the one to the side over there by the five, whatever you feel comfortable. But you definitely want to make sure that you leave yourself a good enough angle to get back over there for the three. Looks like he has. Personally, I like a little bit more angle, because you kind of have to stun this shot over. Maybe he's going to come underneath it in between the 8 and the 10, kind of like this way here. It seems to be a shot that he likes to take there. Yeah, and see, and that's the problem with stunning the shot, and not getting enough angle is that you stun the shot. It's harder to control the cue ball, and you're actually playing up here. You're playing more of a longer shot up here. I actually thought that maybe he was going to roll the cue ball back over here and play underneath it. I thought that was the better shot. But either way, he's got to make a good hit here. Try and get this three ball here to this rail and back up here and use the five as a blocker. Let's see what he does. Not bad. It's not ideal, but made a good hit, saved ball in hand. Matt has a good opportunity to kind of lock him down, so to speak. He could just bring this three ball down this way, and then kind of had the cue ball over here in this area. So Matt looks like he's going to bring the cue ball down here, maybe slice the three ball over there and create some distance between the three and the cue ball. Yeah, I don't think Matt hit that very like he wanted to for sure. I think the idea, the path was right. He just didn't hit it very good. Rob has a chance to kind of stun this ball over here. I believe the purple ball is next. No, the pink ball is next. Huh? That's the 4. So, I like stunning the ball over here, coming up over in this area here. Or you can just roll it up there. Roll it up, you end up somewhere in there, that area right there. Looks like what he's going to do there. Good shot. Not any real issues here. The 8 connects to 9 pretty good. Executions is key here. Good shot. I don't know if Rob got a little bit too straight on this ball for him. You see how the angle kind of comes back towards the bottom of the pocket. He's pretty fortunate the 6 ball's in the pocket. He might be able to cheat a little bit, but it looks probably just going to draw it straight back. Well, maybe it's more in the pocket than I think. See, and this shot here, I mean, I feel like he could have drew it back, and you can control the cue ball a little bit more, and that kind of what happens is you kind of have to steer, you kind of take advantage of it. You're twisting the cue ball a little bit more than you want because it's a little bit more cut than you needed, and then that's kind of what happens. Matt has a chance to kind of go up 3-1, which is a critical spot because if you can get to 3-1, break and run, get out, possibly win that game, now you're up 4-1, and you've got a chance to make a stranglehold. Matt, looked like he overcooked a little bit. Going to have to move the cue ball around. Looks like he's going to go. Personally, I like to go 3 rails. You kind of come this way after you hit the 7 ball in. But maybe he's going to draw it. Or he's going to bank it. What a shot! So he's probably just going to stun this 8 ball over here. You definitely don't want to be straight in, but kind of in this area. Not in the rail. All right. Came underneath it. Key here is coming off the rail there. A lot of people, like myself, I like to use more outside English, and good shot. Straight in. Matt goes up 3-1. Break it. Can't wait for everybody in Utah to come down to Arizona. A lot of action down here in Arizona, boys and girls. And you can find any action you want down here. There's all kinds of tournaments. It's a really fun time. So, if you guys ever come down here, make sure that you let me know. All right. Matt up 3-1, breaking here. I haven't seen a whole lot of Matt playing lately, but he seems like he's up and coming here in the ranks. Nice little simple break there. More key ball control there. Unfortunately, to make anything, looks like Rob might have a chance to play a pretty good safe here. Personally, I'd probably try and pocket the ball. Problem is that the cue ball wants to go towards the 9 ball, and you can kind of trap yourself and snicker yourself behind the 5 and the 4 or the 2 there. And you can kind of see if he would have made the 1 ball, that's what would have happened. Matt has a good shot here. Looks like he's almost straight in here. Just kind of rolled the ball forward. Stayed on your shot. Make the ball, concentrate. There you go. That's it. Good shot. So I think Matt's going to just roll this ball over towards the side pocket. I think you can definitely jack yourself up over there above the 5 ball by getting shape on the 3. So, you want to make sure that you're in the middle of the table and not in this area right here. And you also want to make the ball. So looks like Rob's going to go ahead and call the 9 ball here. got to make sure you leave yourself a shot on the two there. He has. He'll probably just draw this ball. I like drawing the ball back a little bit towards right towards where his hand is right now, right on that line. Um, Overcooked a little bit. Maybe he did that intentional to make the ball. Uh, Probably an easier shot now. All he needs to do is just stop the ball. Be straight in on the. Oh, that's the 4. So the pink ball. Yeah, I think you're just a little bit too straight to get kind of fancy on this. I think that's what Rob's kind of thinking right now. Uh, just kind of want to make the ball. Looks like he might be rolling up, but yeah, and you're getting close to your work here. Um, Rolling up, you come down in this area, create a little bit of a longer shot. Uh, a little bit too close for me, but you know, looks like he executed that well. Maybe draw this over. Let's see what he does here. Looks like he can just bring the cue ball down here towards past the side pocket there. Maybe over there by the first diamond. Um, the key is not making sure that you don't get on the rail, and you're not straight in, which I think he's a little bit more straight than he probably wanted to. Um, you can't do much because you're drawn towards the side pocket here, heading back this way, which is, now you're crossing this line that you need to be on for the 7 ball. So Rob's got something to think about here. Ideally, you want to be in this area here, and then you can just draw straight back. Unfortunately, I don't think that angle allows it, but we'll see what he does. Maybe he can really draw it back and come back over here and play it up here, but let's see what he does. Looks like he's just going to cinch it. All right. Yeah, I don't know if that 8 ball goes past the 10. The angle of the cue ball wants to move over towards the top, the middle pocket. If it goes, then we'll see. Looks like he's playing like it goes. All right. Looks like he overcooked it just a little bit. So, and if you think about what happened a few shots ago, that's kind of what the results of what you're seeing now. Got to make a good hit here. Not only did he make a good hit, he fired it in like it was a hanger. Good shot. I have a tendency to get a lower, take this shot for granted here. And when I do, I usually hit this bottom rail. And after a really good shot like that, I'm trying to learn how to get back up and reset. Good shot. Rob's in stroke. He's been playing a lot, especially after yesterday. Big win over Bobby Atkinson. He's now down 3-2 to Matt Walker. Down 3-2. Rob Rakin. That was a really good break. Strong break, no matter the outcome. Looks like he might be able to feather this one ball, bring the cue ball back down here by the 9. Something like that. I think if you just hit the 1, I mean, sometimes all you see is all you need. And you can only see from what it looks like on this view. You can only see a little bit of that 1, and that's really all you need. You bring that cue ball back down there towards the 2, maybe even on a tighter line, closer, on the line, this line, that 6 will be a blocker. Doesn't seem like he's a little bit comfortable with that shot, so he's going to kick at it. Not a bad shot. I mean, got a little fortunate that Matt can't see the ball. He felt comfortable enough to leave the cue ball right there. He has been playing a lot of 1 pocket, so he's definitely understanding what the cue ball is going to do after it hits the ball. So definitely some of the experience is starting to kick in there. So Matt's looks like he's gonna, at least hit it 1 rail. I prefer to hit it almost 2 rails and hit the 1 ball more, and then bring the cue ball back over this way if I can get lucky. Matt hit it good, and it looks like he might have snookered him over it. Yep, he did. Good shot. So looks like Rob is probably, I don't know, I've never seen him use the jump stick. Probably pull out the old trick stick and try and pocket this 1 ball. Maybe he can see it, but I don't think he can. It's a big pocket. It's a big pocket with the 4 ball there, so, or the 5 ball. Let's see. Looks like you can see it. I know he's kicking at it. I probably would have jumped it, and I don't jump. But I mean, oh, he didn't call it. I was gonna say, when you kick it like that, why jump? Matt's got the option now. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and take this. I don't think you make this shot. I bring the cue ball underneath the 8 and 10. And the 9, and bring the 2 ball up there behind the 6. I think you can an opportunity to bring the cue ball back over this way. Looks like he might make it, but I don't think you do. Oh, he's going for it. Look at this shot. Yeah, and he might have got fortunate to be able to see this ball, which he has. But had a lot of traffic to go through. He made it. Looks like he can make this shot. 1 more good shot, Matt, and you're back in this. It's all it takes, 1 good shot, get back in this. Looks like he chose to play it safe. Didn't hit it quite as hard as he wanted to. Personally, I thought he was going to go for that shot. Maybe he didn't see as much of it as he could. Let's see here. Looks like Rob should be able to just kind of roll this ball up. This is one of those one pocket shots that he's been playing for the last uh, 12 hours and the last 48. Just roll this ball up, get the ball up there in the middle. Oh, he's going to play it safe. These guys do it. These guys do the opposite of everything I say, and it's all good. Matt might pull out the old trick stick here. Matt's really good with jump stick. He'll probably call the bank shot. I could see this going in and Matt sticking this and drawing it back and getting shape for that 5 ball. I think that's the 4 ball, whatever it is. Yeah, there's the bank. He's calling it. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, told you guys, get that jump stick. All right, so Rob's got a decision to make, in my opinion. Do you cinch the ball and take the long shot like he's looking now? Um, you know, uh, I think that's what you kind of do. If you draw it a little bit, he's kind of looking up here now by the side pocket. But if you draw it a little bit, the tendency is to draw it a little bit more because it's a longer shot, and then you're snookered behind the 10. So I think the right idea is just to cinch the ball. You've been playing a lot of one pocket. Cinch the ball, knock it in, take the long shot. You got the 7 to help you with the stop for the 6. But he didn't cinch the ball. And I think sometimes when you get to looking at where you need to go instead of just focusing on cinching the ball, that kind of what happens. Matt looks like he's going to go ahead and take this combination on. You guys know me. I'm not taking no combination. But Matt would take this combination on, and he'll probably make it. All right. And like I said, he made it. He really doesn't have any issues here now. Really just turn the GPS on Matt, and I think you can go 2 rails here towards the 10 ball to pop it in for the side. I don't like staying above the side pocket. I like coming down this way because you're almost guaranteeing the shot. He and that way you're not gonna baby it, because if you kind of if you play it for this pocket, sometimes you can leave the cue ball a little bit further over into the middle of the table than you like. So I think that if you come around 2 rails, you know, again, being over here, now he's got to move the cue ball a little bit more when he could, use the rails and come back over in this direction here towards the 10. So see what Matt does. Looks like he's chose to move the cue ball around a little bit, came up a little bit short. He is able to see the 6 ball. Now, I think what you do is kind of bring the 6 ball back over here and bring it into this landing zone. And then the cue ball kind of sticks right over here. I think that's what he's kind of looking at right now. Yeah. He's going to call the 6 just in case. You kind of want to be careful. It's hard for a right-handed shooter to shoot this shot to be able to control the cue ball on a 9-foot table. It maybe kind of reset and kind of see a different one. But yeah, that's the hard part about that is that you wanted to control the cue ball, which you did. That was the key, but you weren't able to get the the six ball over in this angle to be able to hide it from the eight and the 10. Rob's going to have a pretty easy. I think the cue ball comes down in this angle here and ends up in this area right here, and plays it safe and uses some blockers there. And as you can see, that's kind of what he was executing. Came up a little bit short or a little bit long. I think he wanted to be more closer to the rail. Matt has an opportunity to go ahead and make this ball and possibly go up 4-2. And I think the key here is just to make the shot, take your medicine, take the long shot. Let's see what he does. And Matt on a 9-footer just strokes it in. Looks like he might go another 3 rails here. You kind of come off this rail, this rail, this rail, and back over this way. The hard part is that it's a little bit steep of an angle. You're close down here by the rail, and I have a tendency to leave the cue ball up there farther away than I wanted to, and then I have more of an extreme shot of the 9. Looks like he hit it with good speed. Unfortunately, came up a little short. Maybe came up on the 50-yard line. For Rob, I don't know if he's able to cut this ball in. It looks like he could. I think that he could cut this ball in with some running English. And with a good stroke, you could hit it with some running English and kind of just hit it this way and then this way, and then back down over here, and essentially your cue ball can land in this area here. Looks like he's gonna try that. I don't know if he's gonna hit running English or he's gonna hit outside English. Outside English, you have the tendency to come down this angle here. Oh, he's going to play it safe, which is probably the smarter shot. He's going to try and bring the cue ball over here into this area and use the 9 as a blocker. I still think he might go for this shot. I think he's eyeing this shot down, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to fire. No, he's going to play it safe. Want to bring it down there by the magic rack. Yeah, and that's, I think there, if you were going to execute a safe, there probably could have been a better option. Or maybe if you were thinking about making the shot, maybe making the shot was probably I'm probably rethinking that one. I know I would be. I'd be like, yeah, I probably should have tried to make the shot. Matt has an opportunity to hit this ball in. Tough shot, using all 9 feet on the rail. Got to worry about the 9 or the 10 ball for shape. It's going to be a blocker kind of where you're at. If you hit it with speed, looks like he might. Yeah, he's got to be making the ball here. Hard part is that when you hit it, hit it good. Hit it good. All right, so, personally, I'd probably cut this ball all the way up. Knowing Matt's style, that's probably what he's going to do, which is what he's looking at right now. Just because the bank is not there. But knowing Matt's style, I think he's going to cut this ball all the way up. And then, he comes around 2 rails and it kind of ends up in the same location where the 9 is now if he makes the shot. Looks like he overcooked a little bit. You can see the cue balls right there. Rob's got a back cut on this one, which I have a tendency to hit a little bit more outside English on this shot. which causes the cue ball to land over here. I probably should just use straight top. But looks like Rob's going to be drawing this ball over. You got to put a good stroke on it. You got to use 2 rails. You got to use at least 2 rails if you're going to draw it. So good stroke for one, make the ball. And that was not a good stroke, and he knows it. And that's why he stood up immediately, and he can feel it. And he got a little bit lucky, just a little bit. This is a very makeable shot for Matt. The key is just making the ball. You don't necessarily have to come to the middle of the table, but you want a nice firm stroke, get it off the rail, and maybe possibly come down between the middle diamond. Looks like Matt's going to be drawing the ball. Looks like he's going to be putting some power into this shot. I think rolling the ball is a little bit of a better option, but and that's kind of what happens, is that you don't have much control of the cue ball. Rob's going to have a better shot here. I don't know if he's going to be able to kind of stun. Looks like he might be able to play a safety here and kind of pin Matt down on the 10 ball there. Personally, I'd probably try and cut this ball in if I can. But he might just stun it into the 10 and play a safety here. But it looks like he's going to go ahead and play the 9 ball. You want to hit it hard enough that the cue ball comes off of the rail. And the 10 ball, you can create some separation and make the shot too. That was key. So Matt, looks like Rob's tired of that game. Matt's thankful that he doesn't have to shoot it. I know I would be, and he's up 4-2. All right, Matt up 4-2, breaking. Pretty critical part of the match here for both players. Matt definitely wants to win this game to go up 5-2. You win that one, you go up and possibly put yourself on the hill. Got a little lucky with the break. Ball bouncing around, and got fortunate with the safety break. Rob will probably play a push out. I don't think you can kick this 1 ball. Might be able to kick the 1 ball. Again, he's been playing a lot of 1 pocket lately, so he sees a lot of different shots. You kick that 1 ball and you stick the cue ball right there. The 1 ball will have the tendency to kind of come down into this area here and possibly put it over here. Looks like he's going to go ahead and push out and give Matt the option. I'm taking this all day. You're going to let me see it. You're going to have to leave a jump shot for me. And 99% of the time, I'm going to let you have it back. Looks like Matt could probably try and bring the cue ball back kind of where it is. I think he's going to kick this ball kind of like what we were talking about at the beginning, just like that. And he got a little lucky and unlucky at the same time. I was a little bit jacked up over this 5 ball or whatever ball that is. and this makes it a tough shot. If he makes this shot, the 3 ball's right there, and he could snooker him. He chose to break out some balls there, try and hide the cue ball. Unfortunately, was not successful. Matt has a really good opportunity to hit the 8 ball in, which he's probably going to call. You really want to make sure that the cue ball wants to come this way and come behind the 6 ball there and kind of end up over here. And then you create separation because the 1 ball is just going to travel down this way. So you got to maneuver the cue ball a little bit. Okay. Looks like he got a little lucky with the leave. Rob's going to kick this ball in. I would imagine he's going to kick it on the long rail. Looks like they're going to be running 2 sets today. I don't have much going on. I'll probably be on. So. All right. Rob made a good hit. It's kind of straight on for the 1 ball there. Matt's shot here has a tendency to go over towards the 2 ball, and you can kind of get stuck on the 2 ball up there. He hit it really good, came out there off the rail. And now he's just going to bring the cue ball back over towards his hand there, maybe a little bit above it towards the 5, so that he can pocket this 3 ball in. And just like that. I guess I gave him the commentators jinx. Don't forget to like and subscribe, the comment button, and the page. We welcome everybody here. Thank you. Comment and tell me where you're at. Comment and tell me how you like my commentary. Am I funny? Am I not funny? Tell me how much you guys miss me. And if you don't, that's fine too. All right. So Rob's got, he's going to probably, looks like he's just going to roll it up there. The 4 balls in the pocket there. He might stun it over, passed over by he did. And that's the problem. That's the hard part is that, if you stun it over there, you're manipulating the cue ball, and it's hard to lock that down sometimes because you got to control the cue ball past the 9, and this is a big pocket right here when you're trying to do that. So that's kind of what happens. I personally would have rolled the 9 ball up, but now Matt has an opportunity to just kind of roll this ball up. I like to go up 1 rail and back, just like that. And looks like he'll probably go 3 rails here out into the middle of the table right here. Or he'll just roll it up, and that's the hard part is that when you roll it up like that, now you can kind of see that he's kind of in between shots here. You take it to the side, you're coming away, you're coming actually towards the side pocket over here. If you hit it to the corner pocket, you're moving away from the 7 ball. So, it's a little bit tough shot. We'll see what he does. Execution is key as usual. He chose to go into the side, hit it really good. And now what he'll do is just kind of draw the ball back to kind of where he's at right there. Want to make sure you leave yourself a pretty good angle to come down here for the 9. Looks like he does. I mean, he's going to be using some running English, and he's going to be running into the 10. I don't know if it was ideal. I think he wanted to be down here a little bit more. Um, but Matt will figure it out. Looks like he'll probably, come this way here. You get lucky and hit the 10, get unlucky and miss the 10, um, and you can snicker yourself behind there. He hit it really good, really good. That's good. Looks like he's going to be able to pocket this 9 ball, go up 5-2. This is a pretty key game here. Got a little bit on the rail there. Sometimes you sit there and think about getting on the rail. It can mess with you a little bit because you're like, man, I didn't want to be on that rail. And then sometimes you jar it. But I have confidence Matt will knock this in there. Watch outside pocket. Good shot. 5-2. All right, Matt's up 5-2 here, breaking. Big game for him. You win this one, you're on the hill. Good break there. A lot better break than the last time, even though you didn't make anything. Rob's going to have to kick out here. Personally, I like to kick. I like to kick to a kick. I don't like to kick to a jump, obviously, because I don't jump very good. But I like to kick. I'd probably kick right down to this bottom pocket where Rob is standing at. Even then, I don't really like it. But maybe over here on the left side, this would be probably a better kick for me. Actually, probably even closer to that side right there. Looks like he's going to go ahead and take this kick on. He's been playing a lot of one pocket lately, so he's feels comfortable at that kick and stick, and that's exactly what he did. Looks like he hit it, executed perfectly. So, that's kind of what happens when you play a lot of one pocket. You have those shots, and you just see them. Matt will probably pull out the jump stick again. I don't doubt that he'll fire this in and get shape. Got to get a little lucky with the shape here. Got to avoid the 7, 8, and 3. The good thing is that the 2 was in the pocket. Rob's got a shot here. Matt made a good hit. Rob's got a shot. Probably just bring the cue ball, out this way here on that line. You definitely want to overcook it. Definitely don't want to undercook it and snooker yourself behind the 4. Good shot. You want to come down here, on this line right here. That way you can come back up here. I think that's the 4. Is this the 4? I don't know what the 4 is, you guys. Plus, I'm blind, Jackie. There's the line. Okay, he's not jacked up over the 5 ball, whatever that is. The key here is to make a decision to stun it over right there. Some people like to, overcook it, and then you end up here behind the 9 because you felt like you could get over here. You got to make that decision. Looks like he's straight in. Probably roll this ball forward and take the ball and oh, that's see. The pink is the 4 ball. Is he calling the 6? Looks like he's calling the 6. Did he? Yeah, he snookered himself. So, and you know that's part of the reason why I don't play combinations, because I do stuff like that all the time, or I just miss the shot. Usually that's what happens. But you know, I think creating an angle when you came down here for the 3 ball was important to come back up here for the 4. He's pretty fortunate. It's in the pocket. There's that old 1 pocket shot again. Pull that ball out of there like that. Matt's going to be able to roll this ball forward. You know, really just concentrate on making the ball and get the ball past the middle of the table there. Anywhere past the middle of the table and you're good. And he's done that. Unfortunately, he's missed the shot. It was a tough shot on the rail using all 9 feet. So Rob's got another decision to make here. Do you go short? If you go short, you know, the tendency is to kind of come up here, and then you kind of end up here. Personally, I like to you know, especially on the 9-footer, take it out a little bit farther, come over here, and then you come back in here, and then you can kind of, you know, if you hit it good, you can kind of sneak back over here where the cue ball is now. You know, if you draw this ball, you know, you can actually draw this ball and you end up kind of like right over here. And then you're like, oh, I got to hit a little bit harder, and then you got to worry about the 9 balls. So, you know, I like going 4 rails here. You know, I feel like that's what he's kind of looking at. He's kind of seeing this angle right here. But we're not sure here. Let's see what he does. I think that's what he's going to do, because you can't draw it. You can't draw this ball. You can't stun this ball. You have to put top on this ball, and maybe just take your medicine and make sure you have you put the ball right there with using top. If you use draw, you're going to have a hard time controlling this ball into this pocket. So it looks like he's using some top. He might be juicing it up a little bit and trying the shot that I was talking about. So we'll see what he does. Execution. There it is. There it is. You know, he hit it the way that I thought he would. I think that he hit a little bit too firm. He probably could have been a little bit more inside English, which causes the cue ball to come up that way and back over there. But he made the shot. He didn't scratch. He's got a shot here. He's probably going to bring this ball right down over here towards this magic rack, and then try and leave the cue ball right in there. Just like that, but he overcooked it. Yep. So Matt has an opportunity to probably, looks like he might be able to make the shot. Yeah, he can make this shot. He's not going to be able to control the cue ball for the 7. So I think what you do here is kind of just play a safety. You know, you bring the 5 ball this way, and then you draw the cue ball coming back over this way. Because he feels like he can make it. where you can he's creating some separation there. You know, the object was to miss the 8 ball. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that. Rob, it looks like he's going to be able to bank this ball. I don't know. This ball might go. Looks like it does. Looks like it goes. He'll probably play safety. Yeah, looks like he's playing a safety. I don't think he got there. Doesn't look like it. Matt doesn't have the jump stick out. Probably cut over there in the corner over here. Excuse me, guys. Let's see what he does here. It looks like he's cutting it in. Feels like he's cutting it in. Maybe it goes in that pocket. Yeah, he is cutting it in. Not a bad shot. Good speed. You know, you didn't let the cue ball away. You didn't let the 5 ball get away from you either. And Rob playing as much wad pocket as he has. Should go for the bank here, and you can kind of see that he's going to hit it with some speed and probably leave the cue ball down over here, preferably in this area over here coming off this rail. You know, if not, if you don't make the shot, if you hit a little bit firmer, you can leave the cue ball over here, which that's usually what people do is they hit a little bit firmer. That way you can guarantee yourself a little bit more of a safety shot because you're not really looking to pocket this shot, but unless Rob, he's just making everything. All right, so now he's just going to hit this ball with some speed here and bring the cue ball back over here and kind of leave the cue ball right there. Stop, draw back. Yeah, it seems like that's what he's going to be doing. Hi, Jackie Tucker. Are you here? Let's see what he does. He chose to play safety. I don't think he got there. Matt might have a really good opportunity to make the shot. I can't really see it. Looks like he might be able to play safety, unless he could carry this ball off the 10. But I think if you kind of feather it over there towards the rail, you can avoid the side pocket and actually use this nipple right here to kind of push it towards the 10. You know, if you can just feather it in there, it'll hit that nipple and push it over there towards the 10. Pretty touchy shot, but it's very possible. See that? Great shot. You know, you just feather it, and you kind of saw how the reaction from that little nipple right there. You saw how it just kind of pushed it towards the 10. That's kind of what happens. He's going to go ahead and kick it 2 rails. Tough shot here. Probably going to hit the 8 ball or come up short, you know, and that's what happens. Matt has a good opportunity to get on the hill. No real issues here. I think the key here is trying to get really good shape on the 8 ball to be able to get to the 9. Personally, I'd probably play the 9 in one of the side pockets there. But let's see what he does. Looks like he's going to come back down for the 10 or the 8. Okay. little longer than he probably wanted. I think he should probably roll this ball forward. And if he rolls forward, maybe even use the side pocket. Looks like he did. He's gotten it perfect. And this angle right here is where he's going to be coming for the 10 ball. And ideally, he's going to be putting it right in this area. Good shot. That's good. Matt's on the hill. Key to that game is that 7 ball shot. You could have easily tried to make the shot, but I think the right shot was to feather the 7. Use the nipple there to push it over there towards the 10. I'll be right back, guys. I got to plug my computer in. All right, Matt up 6-2. I don't need to put it. All right, I'm back. What's going on here? Looks like Rob shooting here at the 3 ball. Just kind of put some, I think, put a little bit of outside English on it. I like to come around over here towards this 5 ball over here, that angle, just like that. That way you guarantee yourself a shot. You get past that little cluster right there. Looks like he's going to be able to draw it back. Kind of a tough shot, and maybe he's going to roll this ball forward. Not really a tough shot, but just rolling the ball forward. Jacked up a little bit, but you just want to make sure that you got a good enough angle. Hit it good. He'll probably just draw this ball straight back. You just draw it back, and it kind of goes that way. And then you leave yourself an angle for the 7 to get to the 7 ball. So good shot. Just didn't execute. I think he put a little bit more juice in that than he needed to. Matt's got a good opportunity here to close out the match. Important thing is here trying to create an angle. The last thing you want to do is get straight in on the 6 ball. You don't want to snicker yourself behind the 9 ball. You just want to make sure that you get back to the middle of the table there. And I don't know if that was the shot that he wanted to execute. But been kind of talking about it all match, that when you put a little, it's hard to control a cue ball when you put draw on it like that when it's so close to a rail. And we kind of saw that. I think the ideal shot is to kind of almost cut the ball in. It's so deep in the pocket that you can cut the ball in and kind of move the cue ball towards the 6 ball. Let's see what Matt's got here. He's calling the 6 ball down in the corner. Preferably try and get 2 rails. He got 1. And he got a little fortunate with the leave. Doesn't look like Rob is going to be able to hit the 6 ball. Yeah, it does. So he might even be able to make it. So if Rob can make this shot, he looks like he might be able to make this shot. If you make this shot, you hit it with a good stroke. You almost have to hit it 2 rails, almost 3 rails back over towards the 7, but you want to stay just to the left of the 7 there instead of below it. If you think you're going to try and hold this ball, you're not. But I think if it's too good, it's laying too good to not try and make the ball. And he went for the bank. And almost hit it in. Matt, again, has a good opportunity to close this match out, roll the ball forward, kind of go towards the 8 ball. Don't put any English on it. English will take it over towards the side pocket. Good shot. Good speed, good shot. Personally, I'd like to come down here and bring the cue ball down over here towards the 9 ball. It looks like he might be rolling the ball forward and then playing the 8 ball down in here in this corner pocket. Execution. Got to execute. So Rob has an opportunity here to get back in the game. I think if you bring the cue ball back over here, because it's so close to the pocket, it's hard to control the cue ball that way. I think he's pretty comfortable with drawing off of that rail there. And it looks like he's come up just a hair short. He's fortunate to be able to see all of the cue ball. Seems like he's probably going to use at least 1 rail, if not 2. But he might just draw it down there by the magic rack and bring it back up and play 9 on the side. There's 1. He's playing at 3 rails. So good shot. Came up just a tad bit short. Nice, good stroke here. I think you want to make sure you stay underneath the 10 and not go above the 10 on this shot. Roll the ball forward, and you kind of want to come around and stay. And you want to stay off the rail here. You want to be over here more than anything if you're going to roll the ball. It's easy to do when you got to make it. Okay, so Matt's going to probably, from what I know, I think he's probably just going to make this ball. He's probably going to fire this ball in and bring the cue ball back over here. And then he'll probably just end up in this area right here. He might even be straight in on the shot. It wouldn't surprise me if that happened. He called it there. Let's see if he executes it. He usually fires these in. And with shape. Looks like he played more cue ball, which is a good shot, smarter shot. Rob's going to have to jump this ball. I think it's the first jump I've ever seen him make, so we'll see how he does. Tough shot here. Got to hit it really good. I think you almost have to come around. He's going to try and draw it, make a good hit here. Made a good hit. And he got semi-lucky. Semi-lucky. So Matt could, essentially what Matt could do is he could take the cue ball, come over this way, and then bring the ball back over in this direction here, and the nine kind of ends up over this way, unless he's going to fire this in. And he misses it. And does he leave him a shot? Does leave him a shot. For a right-hander, this is not an easy shot. Um, you've got to really control the cue ball. Sometimes you come up short. Sometimes you come up long, and you end up on that long rail over there with another one of these shots, but a longer one, and then you tend to jar those ones. So um, hit it full because he's trying to hold the ball for the 10. You can't hold the ball on that shot because it's too hard. You really have to cut that ball in. Matt has a good opportunity here to kind of roll forward towards the third diamond. You roll up here on this third diamond and bring the cue ball back up over here towards there. But looks like he's going to be drawing the ball, maybe playing a safety. He had a better angle than I thought. So Matt up, that's good. Rob says that's good. On to the second set. Good job, Matt. Muchísimas agua. All right, looks like Matt's up one set. Playing a second set, Matt breaking 0-0. I've got to run away for about 15 minutes, but I'll be right back. All right, Miyagi is back. Sorry, had to run a few errands today. Miyagi's back. Sounds like Matt made an incredible out, which doesn't surprise me. He's up 3-0, up one set, and looks like he's going to be straight in on this one ball. I don't know what the weather's like up there in Utah, but I can tell you it is hot outside already. It's only 82 degrees, but it's still warm. Good shot. That's what I would have done is done two rails. Um, I think the key here is just to draw it back far enough that you have a pretty good angle to make sure that you can get back on the three after you hit this combination in. He comes a little bit short. The tendency is to kind of keep the cue ball over here. Unfortunately, when you make comboing in, it does that. But he didn't have the shot, so he took on the bank. And it looks like, I mean, it's pretty close to the pocket. I'm probably going to try and pocket this three ball and run out. He hit it good. Hit it good. Now, this is one of those where you want to put some top on it, come off this rail like this. Just miss the nine. Then you come back up here into this area right here. Ideally, you want to hit it right in that area, come off the rail, use the third rail. That way you can guarantee yourself a shot. So he put a little bit more top on it, which caused the cue ball to go into the nine. If you put a little more draw, it comes back underneath it. I got pretty fortunate with the lead and was able to see the six ball. Let's see here. I think at this point you just try and make the ball. It's a pretty good, comfortable shot for a right-hander. You are jacked up a little bit over the eight ball. Your bridge hand is going to be right over the eight ball, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Looks like he's going to go ahead and play some sort of safety here. Yeah, that's a really good shot. It's hard to control it. He made a really good effort. Matt's going to be able to see this three ball or this six ball. Um, is he going to get fortunate? And he does not. Does not look like it. Rob's going to be able to just make this ball. Probably roll up to the middle, towards the middle of the table, stay underneath the seven ball there, and pocket into the opposite corner of the six. I think he was worried a little bit too much about the leave. That's what causes you to hit the ball a little bit harder because you're a little bit more indecisive. Um, Right idea. I think Matt intended to hit this rail going this way and then kind of bring it back over towards the 7. Um, did get a little bit of fortunate roll, but Rob isn't able to pocket this ball pretty easily. Um, I think at this point you try and make the ball in the cross side, um, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and try and bring the ball right underneath the 8 ball, in between the 8 and the 9, using that rail. Um, and he executed pretty good. I mean, Matt can see, looks like he can see part of the 6 ball. Doesn't look like it's just enough to make, but if he can somehow see almost all of it, he can actually draw this ball back, and stick the cue ball, um, right into inside the 7 right there. Tough shot. It's long, and he was on the rail. His bridge hand was kind of funky, and you didn't want to foul. So um, looks like Rob's going to be able to play a pretty good save. Makes this shot tough is being on the rail. Sometimes you overcook it a little bit, and cue ball tends to stick its head out right there past the 8 ball. Well, it looks like he was just trying to tie it up. Matt will probably just take this 6 ball right up towards here, and then the cue ball uh, probably lands somewhere in that area here, coming off the rail. Well, he chose to hide the 6 ball behind the 7. Unfortunately, it came up a little short. Rob looks like he's able to maybe even pocket the 6 ball. He's going to have to play a couple of good shots here if he's going to try and pocket this in the side, because the cue ball is going to end up going over there to towards the side pocket, over into this area here, and then that means that he's going to have a tough shot uh, heading towards the pocket there for the 7 ball. But first off, you got to make the shot. It looks like he's just playing safety. Um, yeah, I mean, at this point, I just think maybe taking the shot on itself isn't a bad shot, because if you left it, if you missed it, you could have left the 6 ball in that area, and then Matt would have had a tough time to make a ball. But either way, looks like Matt's got to have a shot here. He's probably going to bank the 6 ball. Um, in my experience, he's a pretty aggressive player, so he's going to probably bank the 6 ball, bring the cue ball out in the middle of the table, and try and bring it right in that area there. Or not do what I say, cut it in like it's a hanger. Nice shot. I guess here you just want to kind of bring the cue ball back over here, make sure you got a good angle to hit the 8-9 combination. Same shooter. Drilled that 6 ball down the rail, and I think taking the shot for granted, we all do it. It's kind of what happens. Put it on a 9-footer, it makes it even tough. So tough shot. Rob's got to stretch here. He's got to make sure he has a good angle on this. You come up a little bit short, makes it a difficult shot to shoot. Um, you know, or you just come underneath it and you avoid the whole thing and all at once. So it looks like that's what he's done. Roll this ball up right in this area here. And then it looks like you'll probably go, oh, he missed it. taking those shots for granted. You know, you can see that the two of them have done that both times. Um, it's all right. They'll get back into it. Not everybody can be a Mike Allen. Good shot. Matt will probably just draw this back. Don't want to be on the rail. Looks like he's going forward. So if he goes forward, that's fine. He's not going to be on the rail there. Good shot. And then he'll probably just draw this up. Matt going to go up 4-0 on the second set. Get up. By the way, did I tell you guys it's 82 degrees already here? It's 82 degrees. It's hot. And it's probably 100 down in Phoenix right now. At least 90, 95. Ew. Hot. All right, Matt up 4-0. Put a little zip on that one. Cue ball got a little away from a little bit. Looks like Rob's going to have a pretty good shot on the one ball here. Well, I didn't want to jinx it, but Matt was making a great out, and unfortunately, he came up a little bit short on this 10 ball. Rob should get a good shot. This is a critical shot for Rob. Critical game. Down 4-0. Definitely don't want to go down 5-0. Pretty fortunate to have this shot. I think in his case, really bear down, make this shot. Unfortunately, he came up short, and Matt now goes up 5-0. I'm wondering if sort of the fatigue's starting to set in for Rob. He had a really long set. I know that he's been playing a lot of pool lately, but I think yesterday was a huge grind and can take a toll on you mentally. And then kind of do those kind of mistakes after a while, because let's face it, we're not all Shane Van Bonings and Fedors and people like that and Joshua's that just all we do is just make balls all the time. So you know, kind of feel like the fatigue setting in, emotions starting to rise. It kind of shows a little bit of fatigue too. So, but I don't know Rob too well, but based on my experience, that's kind of what it is. Matt's up 5-0, breaking. Let's see how he does. Control the cue ball is number one thing. Good shot. Made a ball. Got a really unfortunate roll from the Magic Rack. It's crazy. I don't like to use the Magic Rack. Let me know what you guys think out there. Do you guys like using the Magic Rack? I don't like using the Magic Rack. They tell me that I don't need to use Magic Rack. I'm not using the Magic Rack. They tell me that both people have to agree about using the Magic Rack. Guess what? We're pulling out the rack, not the Magic Rack. All right, Matt's going to go ahead and jump this. Very unorthodox, and it seems to work for him. See if he get a save here, and he doesn't. Looks like Rob's got, he's kind of in between here. It doesn't look like the 2 ball goes up past the 8 ball in that pocket if he went ahead and rolled the 1 ball up by the 5. He could possibly pocket the 1 into the side pocket. The problem with that is he's moving away from the 2 ball and into the 6. This is not a bad shot, but it kind of opens it up for Matt to play a pretty aggressive shot here down the rail, or possibly even a pretty locked down safe. Considering the balls here, I'm not sure if they're playing 3 ball out or not, but Matt went ahead and fired this in. Probably wish he would have hit a little bit harder, and then he could have played that 2 ball into the side pocket. He'll probably bank this cross side or cross corner, unless he's going to try and hide it in there behind the 7 and 9, or just make it. Yeah. Like I said, these guys do everything I don't say, but I'm going to go out on a limb. He's going to play it safe, and he's probably going to drill it and come off the 10 and make perfect shape for the 5 ball. But he's going to play a safety, and he's going to come around and so look at that. What I tell you guys, play the safety. All right, Rob went ahead and countered with another safety there. Good one. I don't know if he has the kick. He might be able to kick it under there, but and if he does, you really only need to be right in this area right here. You can get into that area, you can kick that ball up into into the pocket up here. And he barely missed. Not sure if they're playing 3-foul rule, but this is definitely a really good opportunity for Rob to kind of tighten the screws here. So what he's going to do is he's going to take this 3 ball, hit it off the 5, take the cue ball right up into this area here. You're going to leave the cue ball right in this area here, and then the 5 moves over here, and the 3 moves over here. It's a really tough shot. Not really tough. I guess hiding the cue ball is the toughest part about it. I think he's a little steep. I like the cue ball over in this area a little bit more. And he executed it perfectly. Look at that. So Matt's got to get a good hit here. The 3 rails there. You just got to make sure you get the right angle. I think you've got to come down this way. You almost have to kind of spin the ball that way. Really just want to make a good hit. He might be able to just, I don't know if he can sneak past that 8 ball, but he might be able to sneak past there. And that's kind of what he's looking at right now. Let's go ahead and look at the overhead. Yeah, he can. Looks like he can. I think concentrate on hitting the ball here. Otherwise, you're on 2, and that's kind of what happens. Rob's got he doesn't have a good safety here. He's going to be challenged with running out. And kind of the story of this match so far is as the fatigue is kind of set in. So this is a good opportunity for Rob to kind of get back into this match, because if he loses this match or this game, Matt's on the hill to go up 2 sets. So I think if you left a little bit more angle like he's doing now and bring it over a little bit more rather than bringing it this way, because he's kind of drawing it, the 6 ball tends to get bigger when you draw it rather than coming straight across. Kind of see what I'm saying there? And really what that is, it's fatigue. Rob's been playing a lot. He's very fatigued. He's very tired. And it causes you to make mistakes like this, and kind of just do things that you normally don't do. And that's what separates us from the pros. These pros, they don't show emotions like that. They're simply machines. But we practice and we play the game because we love the game. And it's always a challenge for us. So I'm very confident that Rob will pick himself back up. Maybe not today, but he'll pick up himself back up this weekend. I know he's playing in a big tournament down here in Phoenix, a big 570 and under 9-foot table tournament. So he get down, regroup, and kind of just go from there. Matt Ray made a really good shot. Don't hide yourself behind the 8 ball. Kind of in between, 50-50 here. 50-yard line, kind of speak. I think the easier shot is to play a safety here, and you kind of go around and you hide the cue ball right there. But it looks like he's going to be going and take this shot on. I don't like it because you can't really control the cue ball, and that's kind of what happens. You know, I'd rather control the cue ball and stick the nine of the cue ball right there behind the nine ball. But looks like Rod's going to have an opportunity to kind of do that same thing. The problem is going at this angle is a lot harder to control the cue ball to make it go over here. But if you were to go this way and bring the cue ball and end up over here, it's a lot easier because the natural angle of the cue ball wants to come over here and then back up this way. And then you have to cook it sometimes when you try to hide it on the left side. And that's kind of what he's doing right now, and that's what happens. The cue ball kind of sticks its head out, and now Matt has an opportunity to get back on the hill or play a really good save. I think this nine ball is a big pocket over here. You bring the cue ball back over this way and over here in that direction, and you can really lock him down. You don't even have to you don't have to do anything but control the cue ball. Came up a little, he came up a little steep, this angle right here. You really have to hit this angle right here. The few inches makes a lot of difference. So Rob's going to go ahead and try and pocket this ball. Looks like he's a little bit inside. Just try and make the ball, it's really the idea here. Good shot. Okay. Put a little bit of top on this. Maybe he'll probably just draw this over, draw it over to the middle of the table, maybe past the middle table, somewhere past that line there. That way you have get a little bit closer to the nine ball. You definitely want to go all the way to the rail, but good shot there. Now you can just draw it straight back if you feel comfortable with it. He might go forward, but it looks like he's probably going to be going back. Maybe he is going forward. I don't know. I can't tell from this bridge. Good shot. That's good. All right, 5-1. All right, down 5-1. Rob breaking. Hopefully it spark a little life into him and get a couple games here, chip away at the lead. First things first, make a good break, which he did. Unfortunately, it got kicked in. So it looks like Matt's going to have a good chance to run it all the way down at least. I mean, I don't see any huge problems. I do see you need to get a really good angle to get right in here for the three ball in order to draw the ball all the way back for the four. You don't really, you want to be right there for the four. That way you can kind of come down here for the five ball. But I think the key is making sure that you're down here for the three ball and making shots. So fortunately that didn't happen. Rob's back up to the table. Seems like the pace has been picking up a little bit, and it seems like, and I'm no professional, but we tend to pick up the pace a little bit. Sometimes you end up falling short, trying to make up for that pace, and then you're picking up the pace because you feel like you're going short anyways, and the frustration starts setting in. So Maybe he can regroup, get back in the swing of things here. Nice little easy two railer here, get back into the middle of the table. Yeah, he wanted to miss that little bunch there. Got pretty lucky to be able to see this ball without having to kick it or jump it. I might even be able to play a pretty good safety, kind of bring the floor ball down over here and the cue ball kind of around over here. Or he's just going to cut it in, and looks like he's going to scratch. Yeah, he's going to scratch. So, it's a lot of pool. Can't say it enough. You can tell by the body language. Just tired, I'm sure. So Matt's got an opportunity here to get back on the hill again. Probably, I think the idea is just to come straight back down this way. Maybe even draw it back, but you want to make sure that you're kind of close in that range for the 5 ball. That way you can just come out here for the 6 ball. The cue ball is going to come back this way, and then you can knock the 6 in right in this section right here. But you got to make the shot, and it's came up a little long. That's what happens when you put a little bit too much top. He still has a good opportunity to hit this ball in. The cue ball is going to travel a little bit more. It's going to tend to go up into this area right here. He's going to have to put some inside English on it, or he's going to have to put some outside English on it and bring it out up here. If he puts inside English on it, the 6 ball sometimes end up right over there. So maybe he'll play a safety and hide the cue ball. But he hit it good. Nice shot. Matt seems like he's going to be getting on the hills here. Probably use a little bit of inside English, go forward, and just kind of end up right underneath the 10 ball, right to the right side of the 10 ball here, right where he's pointing at on that line. I think you want to be straighter than you think, because if you're not, the cue ball will, you'll feel like the cue ball needs to move farther to the side pocket. So chose to take a longer shot, bear down, make the shot, get on the hill, and looks like he's stood up a little bit on that one, kind of rushed the shot a little bit. Seemed like, these guys playing for a couple hours, so probably ready to get this match over with and maybe possibly get on to another one. So I think Rob here probably needs to bring this cue ball back over here like this. And then the 8 ball kind of comes down here like this. To hide it, but we'll see what he does. Looks like he's banking it. If he's banking it, he's going for the gusto here. He's going to draw it straight back. There he is. That's kind of what happens when you play that shot. It's natural to get over there behind the 9 ball. I don't think Matt's able to see it. He's probably going to have to pull out that old trick stick, the non-bridge trick stick. That's what it is. He's going to pull out the non-bridge trick stick, and he's going to bank it in the side pocket, and then he's going to bank the 9 ball in the side. Oh, he's going to kick it. I think you got to go 2 rails on this one. One rail's tough, but he made a good hit. Looks like he's probably going to get pretty fortunate on the roll here. And, in Rob's position, this is kind of what happens. You've been playing a lot of pool, you're tired, you've been playing this match, been trying to grind it out, and then you come back, the guy, kicks the ball, the ball goes 27 feet, and now I'm stuck with this shot. It can get frustrating. Body language can show it too. So he's got to kind of regroup here. I think he has a good opportunity to put the cue ball over here on the underneath the 9 ball like he did the last time when Matt was at the table. And it looks like Matt is going to have an opportunity to get on the hill ski here. Yeah, I can kind of see what Rob was doing. It really, I think, brings large uh, a large table of error to the large error. But Matt used some inside English, trying to go 2 rails, go back up. The inside English kind of caught. Now he's stuck with a bank shot here. Probably fire this in and end up having a cut shot on the 10 in the side. Like I said, he fires in. He's got a cut shot in the 10 on the side. So probably draw this in. Kind of want to make sure you don't draw it too much so it goes straight towards the pocket. But we'll see what he does. Good shot. Matt's up on the hill. 6-1. All right, Matt broke 6-1. Race to 7. Matt's up 1 set already. Looks like he has a good shot on this 1 ball. I don't know if he's going to cut this ball in though. I feel like I would, just because I've got the 5 over there in the corner to kind of stop the cue ball. That way I didn't have position for the 3. The pocket's a big pocket. The one thing that would be tough is that sometimes when you hit this cue ball over into this direction, you can kind of come underneath the 4 or the 5 right there. It hits the 5 and then it comes straight down this way. Looks like he's trying to play a safety. Almost there. Rob might even be able to stop this cue ball and play a really lockdown safe here against Matt. But instead, what happened is now it's Matt's option, and he's probably going to get this back. And again, it's just kind of one of those spiral effects all match long, and it's just been kind of one of those struggles. It looks like Matt's going to take this on. I don't know if I would have taken this on. I'm going to go ahead and let somebody that's down 6-1 that's been struggling all day to do it. But hey, if you're feeling like that's going to happen too, that's great. What a shot. That's just how it is. It's one of those days today. You just kind of shake it off for Rob and move on to the next one. So here you just want to make sure you get a good hit. I think going at this angle here is probably the best route. I like hitting it on this side versus hitting it on this side. Um, and it looks like he's just going to go ahead and try and tie it up, make it tough, which he did. The 6 ball looks like Matt's seeing if it's going to go in the side pocket. I'm not sure if it does. It definitely goes into this pocket here in your lower right. Looks like Matt might go ahead and move forward with this and maybe, all right. Probably want to hit that a little bit harder than when he did. He's probably going to juice this up a little bit and go 3 rails back out to the middle of the table for the 5 ball on the side, or he's going to hit it. Yeah, he looks like he's putting some top on it. So I think this is the right shot. I think drawing it brings the side pocket into problems. He made a good shot there. Now I think you want to come right over there to the right side of the side pocket there, because that's really the biggest area for the 6 ball to be made. He hits these pretty good. He'll just hit this back rail and spin it back towards the 8. Or he used inside and went the other way. Tell you, these guys, they just do everything opposite of what I say. All right. Rob, he's kind of slowing it down here. Tough shot when you're down 6-1 in a set here. I guess you just kind of want to cinch this ball here. If you can somehow make the ball, or it looks like he's going to go to this top right corner up here. I don't know if that's the right shot there, because you're kind of going away from the 6 ball. Ideally you wanted to be over here. I think taking the 5 ball into this pocket over here allows you to keep the cue ball more over on this side. So you might be able to cut this in. Again, we're talking about somebody that's having a hard time today. If he misses the shot, the way the ball and the tables are rolling, it's the 6 ball will just be jarred up in the pocket for Matt to make an easy out to win the match and go up 2 sets. So bear down, make it. Okay, he's probably wanted to put a little bit more outside English on it to get it over there into this area that he was pointing at. But, he didn't leave the easiest shots for Matt. Matt's probably going to go ahead and he's been firing these bank shots in all game, all match long. Probably fire this in, come 2 rails, and be straight in on the 8. I don't think he can see enough of it to go to the cross side. I think he's got to go. I think he's going to go to the bottom corner. 2 rails. No, he could see it. Okay. Well, now it's Rob's option, it looks like. Again, the way the table's rolling, the ball's right in front of you. It feels like a pretty good shot. It's where you kind of really bear down, make this shot, and try and get out of here with a win. Good shot. Yeah, it's these kind of games that you bear down, draw back a little bit, and be able to sneak this out. Possibly get a couple more here. And cut the lead down to 2 or 3. Oh, see, and you just got to bear down and make the shot. It's tough, but you hit the 8 ball with authority, and it didn't quite look like it was the same authority with the 9 ball. So um, Matt, I think will probably, he just kind of roll this ball up. I think the cue ball just comes off the rail, and even if you leave it right here, um, I think it's not a problem. I don't know if you want to, overthink it, but maybe the pocket's a little bit tighter than the side pocket's a little bit tighter than I think. I've never played on this table before, so um, good shot. I mean, missed it. I guess it is a little bit tighter than I think. Um, There's one of those shots that you can put draw on it, lose track of that cue ball. This is a tough shot here, especially when you're down 6-1, because the one thing that tends to happen is you do something like that, you get on the rail, you have a long shot, you know. This is kind of where the one pocket comes in. You've been playing one pocket. You kind of feel good about this shot. You can make it, great. If not, you might be able to leave Matt a tough shot, and the 10 ball comes out on the rail because you tend to overcut this shot. But when you're tired, you undercut it like what Rob is doing. And when you overcut it, that means you're hitting the pro side. Matt to win the match. And he fires it in. All right. Matt's up 2 sets. Sounds like they might go double or nothing. Oh, snap. Double or nothing. Good luck to you both. Good luck to you both. Good lag by Rob. Sometimes you get back into it. You got to play one more set. Kind of pumps you up, and you never want to go out like that. So maybe this is the little boost that Rob needs. Um, Try and elevate his game a little bit more. I know he's coming down here to Phoenix for a big tournament, so he's preparing physically, mentally, and emotionally for that. It's a big tournament down here and a lot of action. But looks like he's going to go one more set with Matt. Maybe, who knows? Maybe go 4th set. Who knows? All right. Looks like, Rob got that little boost of energy there. Came up a little short on this 9 ball. Should just try and bring this back over. Might have enough room just to go one rail, but preferably I like to go 2 rails, a little bit inside English, and play the 10 ball in the same pocket. So definitely don't want to underhit it because then you cut it too much. That's what happened. You underhit it, you hit the long rail. So um, it is kind of the same concept with the last game, the last 10 ball, the last match that we watched. So Matt will probably try and do the same thing. Hit the 9 ball on that long rail, come back, play the 10 ball in the same pocket, unless he has enough room to hit it. And yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. So that's good. Matt's at 1-0 after this 10 ball. Can everybody hear me okay? I went got some headphones, so I just want to make sure these headphones are working okay right now. Somebody want to give me a thumbs up, or if anybody's out there, maybe Jackie, can you hear me okay? I rebooted. I don't see my microphone working. You can hear me now? Can hear you again, but your mic isn't working. You can hear me, but I can't. I don't see my little microphone working. I'm gonna go ahead and reboot, guys, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna shut everything down. Hello. Yeah, I don't know if it's working yet. Let me know if you guys hear me. All right. Well, my microphone doesn't work. My little microphone icon. But I'm glad you guys can hear me. I will do my best not to cough in everybody's voice. I apologize. I've had a dry cough for the last week and a half. My wife has had it for 2.5 weeks, and it hasn't been very fun. And So the talking can kind of take a little bit of toll. But as most of you know, I like to talk. Maybe I like to hear myself talk too. But anyways, looks like Rob's got an opportunity to tie this match up. He's down 2 sets to 0. Um, yeah, I think you got to draw that ball there. You don't have to draw that ball. You go forward, you hit the 7 like you did. Kind of lucky. Looks like you're going to be able to play a pretty good safe, bringing the cue ball down into this area here. Looks like maybe this way. Thank you, Jackie. Looks like he's going to try that. Maybe bring the cue ball down there by the rack. Even though Matt's on the rail, he'll be able to hit the right side of this 5 ball and kind of bring the cue ball down over, kind of in this area here. I feel like put a little right hand English on it. It's going to go that way anyway, so it's going to be easier. That's not a bad shot either. Unfortunately, you've left Rob the whole ball. Doesn't look like it's makeable. Gonna have to play safety here. Kind of like bringing the cue ball. Cue ball is already gonna go in this direction. Maybe you can kind of hide it right in there. Let's see what he does. Yeah, you can kind of see the cue ball just naturally wants to come over into this position, so you have to manipulate it to hit this long rail up here by the side pocket. So Matt's going to be able to use some blockers for the 10 if he hits it hard enough. Could go in. You got to be careful of the scratch here if you hit it that hard. And he hit it good. Rob's going to be able to kick at this ball, kick and stick. He's been playing one pocket last day. Has pretty good control of the shot here. I probably would have called the side pocket just in case, but kind of like that. But now it's Matt's option. Depending on how you're feeling, I think you go ahead and try and make this shot. Just kind of roll the ball up, and I think the cue ball goes right behind the 7. Let's see what Rob does. Probably try and bring the cue ball down in this area here. Going down 2 rails, 1 and 2. So good shot. Matt might be able to come off this rail here and hit it into this pocket. Like, it's hard to control the cue ball here. Sometimes you overcook it because you want to make sure that you make the shot, and the cue ball ends up right in this area here. Then it makes that 7 ball even that much more tougher of a shot, because you really it's once it comes off that rail and hits that 5 ball, it's flying. Tough shot. I think that's kind of what happens when you're trying to control the cue ball on something like that. Is it sometimes you come up short, and something like that happens. So Rob's got a pretty easy out here. No major issues. I think put a little bit of outside English on us. Coming around over here by this first diamond and coming out with 2 rails into the middle of the table. Ideally, you want to be back over here. So. One, two, and there we go. Now you just kind of just stun it and make the shot. Get out. I know I can see that, Jackie. I have a cough drop in now too, so. Arizona's dry, it's hot, but it's nice. Okay, that's good. Let me know when you're trying to hear my voice. Just kidding. All right, Rob, 2-2. Trying to battle back down 2 sets. Looks like it's a double or nothing race. Makes one. Looks like he's straight in for a combination. It's you want to make sure you don't make the 1 ball, because you're not going to have shape on the 2, so you don't want to follow this in, and you don't want to have the 1 ball. It's a good shot. Sometimes the 1 ball tends to go to that long rail over there and sits on the rail. Then you have a tougher shot. All right, so just to let you guys know, I'm sitting here in my garage right next to my pool table, commentating, and our heater is inside of a garage, and our water heater, and it goes off. So I apologize for that little disruption right there, but um, I'm gonna try and get that fixed. I'll try and get something for the audio and stuff. But all right, so looks like Rob had ball in hand. Kind of made things a little bit more difficult than he probably needed to, and I think that is caused by the fatigue, and in turn turns out that he ends up missing the shot. It doesn't look like Matt has a chance to hit this ball cleanly. I mean, he probably could. He's going to have to twist it. Twist a little bit. You're going to lose control of the cue ball that way. But I think that's the only way to go. It's kind of twisted in there. It's not a very, kind of a touchy shot, but it looks like he has to twist it. So. I think that's what he's kind of calculating right now is, how hard do I need to hit this? And I know I got a masse around this. It looks like maybe you go the other way. No, there you go. Good shot if it gets there. Yeah, almost. That's a tough shot. Tough shot. Looks like you might be able to get safe as long as you make good contact with this. I'd probably call it the top left corner just in case it pops off that sixth ball. But probably get a good safety if you hit it good. So it looks like he's going to cut it into the pocket up there, which you can, but I think it brings in the corner pocket into play, and that's good shot. See, that's kind of what I was talking about. You hit it good, leave the cue ball there. Funny things happen. All right, so Matt has ball in hand now after a good hit, pretty pretty good safety there. Not a lot of room for error. Just gonna roll this cue ball up and take this 5 ball, kind of like right below where the 3 ball is now. Um, it's funny how the 8 ball is in the way. I almost feel like I'd take it in the top left corner and just stop it right there. But just preference. Uh, okay, so looks like he's going to be going forward up towards the 8 ball. Get past the 8 ball, make sure you're not jacked up. This makes this shot a little bit harder. You don't get all into it and come up short. You hit the long rail. Good shot. Here's another one. It's kind of an in-betweener. If you hit it hard, you might come below the 9 ball. If you hit it forward, you might move past the 10. It's kind of a stun shot. See, and that's a good shot. Now it's time to recover. Roll the ball up to the middle diamond and take the 10 ball into the opposite corner. Right there. Got a little lucky with the leave. Rob's going to be able to play a safe of some sort. It looks like the 9 ball can come this way, and then back over here. Then the cue ball comes up back over here. And you kind of leave it up in this area right here. Kind of hit it, didn't hit as good as it could, but it was jacked up. Matt's going to go ahead and play this bank. He hits these good. Can run 2 rails at the 10 ball and the overcut it just a hair. Rob's going to have a little bit of a stretch here to get this ball. It's another one of those shots that, you kind of slide all the way down or come back over towards your hand. Kind of whatever you're kind of feeling right there. Excuse me. Sorry. I think he's going to punch it over there to the right side of the rail. Yeah, it's kind of one of those in between shots. You kind of come down here towards this pocket right here. You hit this little corner here, and funny things kind of happen. But personally, I like hitting it right over here, making sure the cue ball comes back over here. I make sure the ball gets into the pocket, and see, he kind of guided in there. You kind of see that he kind of. I feel like he kind of steered the cue ball instead of punched the cue ball into the 9. All right, 1, 2, and 3. Came up a little short, but shouldn't be a problem for Matt. Go up 3-2 here. Get out. All right, third set. Matt's up 2-0 on the sets, or I guess just 2 sets. He's also up 3-2 in this third set, breaking on the 6th game here. Breaks have been pretty good, very controlled. Ball has been falling down once in a while. Unfortunately, this time it did not. I like grazing the left side of the 1 there as we see it, bringing the cue ball down over here. And then the 1 ball kind of goes over here. Not a bad shot either. Creating separation for everything. I think Matt's probably going to go this way and try and kick the ball in, going at that angle there. I don't see Sorry, guys, I got disconnected there. For those of you that don't know, I live in the boonies in Arizona. I live in Cottonwoods. It's like it's country compared to Utah. Matt's going to try and kick this ball, kick and stick it right there. Maybe get even lucky and get underneath the 9 and the 1 with it, but he does actually get a good roll. Doesn't look like Rob has much. I don't know if taking this 7 ball on would be beneficial, considering the 6 is right there. But I think you go ahead and try and play it safe somehow. Maybe roll the cue ball, in between the 6 and the 7 right there. You want to try and push the 6 a little bit so that you can create a little just like that. Just that little bit kind of helps. A little bit more would have helped even more. But shot makes it really difficult for Matt. He's got to go off the rail first, kind of pop it a little bit, and that's kind of what happens. Is the ball kind of creeps out on you. Rob's probably going to go ahead and play a safety here right behind the 6 ball. The cue ball is going to sit snug right in there, and the 1 ball will probably travel up into this area here. He definitely doesn't want to make the shot, but probably wants to go ahead and hide him behind that 6 ball. Just like that. That's jammed up here. The 2's in the way here, 3's in the way. Really, he's going to have to do something like this here and then back that way. It's really difficult. Got to really use a little bit of masse, but I think that's the only shot he's got. Yeah, it's tough. You gotta really spin that ball. Seems like. All right, so Matt's on the 1. You need to be careful of the 3 ball. It's a big ball right there. Got to make sure of the shape here. All right, well, it's not a big ball if you don't just go past it. Don't know how straight he is. Looks like he's got a little bit of an angle. It does. Looks like he's probably gonna hit this. The cue ball wants to hit in this spot right here on the rail. That means you got to go this way with the cue ball and back up, which isn't really ideal for shape, but sometimes you got to work with what you get. So, you can kind of see that's kind of where we're at. We're at the 50-yard line. Now he's going to be going away from the 4 ball in order to make it. So all right, so that's kind of what happens. He 50-yard line and kind of just hit the ball and get it in there. So I just got confirmation of a really big match happening next Friday and Saturday. So check this out. Next Friday and Saturday. Are you guys all listening to this? Next Friday and Saturday, Mark Dexter and 11 Ball Rob have confirmed not one, but two. That's right, two $20,000 in the middle sets happening next Friday. Mark Dexter, 11 Ball Rob, two. Not one, but two $20,000 in the middle sets happening next Friday and Saturday. Man, that's huge. Details will be coming up. Two $20,000 sets. Whew. Some action right there. Yeah, Jackie, I mean, $20,000, two of them? Jeez, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's wild to me. I know it happens, but it's going to be awesome. All right, so Matt looks like what a shot. Fires it in. Looks like he could just draw this back a little bit, kind of stun it down over there by the 6 ball. You know, you don't want to. I don't think you want to go forward. If anything, you want to kind of want to go backwards a little bit. And what I mean by that is going forward is kind of going. Forward means kind of going on this line here. I think you kind of want to go backwards, if anything, and you kind of want to make sure that the cue ball is right in there. If anything, maybe stop it, but I don't think you have to do much to this cue ball. Let's see. Yeah. I guess maybe he thought that he could get the breakout. Looks like he did. He might even be able to carry in this ball and hit the 7 in and be straight in on the 6 to come over there for the 8 and 9, and he's out. And then next thing you know, he's up 4-2. Third set. Seems simple. Execution is always key. When you're up 2 sets and 3-2, it seems a little bit easier. Sometimes you ain't even get jiggy with it. Sounds like, looks like he's going to be getting jiggy with it and drawing off that 6 ball into the 7. No, maybe you're just going to roll it in. I think rolling it is the best option if it goes. I would imagine that if knowing Matt, he probably wanted that back, and and probably would have rather gotten jiggy with it and hit that 7 ball in with the draw. Either way, Rob looks like he has a tough shot here, you know, kind of in between a bank and a combo. The combination shot really isn't a comfortable one. Neither is the bank. It doesn't seem like it goes past the gate. Yeah, good effort. Tough shot. Hard to control the cue ball, but you know, I think those moments of playing one pocket is he's starting to see those shots a little bit more. This is kind of a two-way shot. Matt probably wish he could have had that one back too. Hit that one a little bit thin, a little fat. I mean, and now Rob has a shot to possibly make this in the top right corner. I think he just kind of cut this in there. You don't have to really worry about shape, just worrying about making the shot. All right, so looks like Matt's going to be able to have a chance to make this ball. I think I probably would try and cut it in just like that. Good shot. Everything's right in the pockets. So everybody, just want to invite everybody to hit that like and subscribe button there and share this screen. Share the stream if you could. Really helps us out a lot. So Matt here, you know, just kind of roll this ball up there. This is another one you just kind of roll up there. Pretty easy, and take the 10 ball into the opposite corner pocket that you hit the 9 in. Looks like Matt tried to draw that ball down the rail there. You know, that's kind of what happens. I don't think this is a problem for him. I think he'll just roll this ball up and play the 10 ball into the side pocket, or just do that and do what I originally said and not have an issue at all. Get on, Matt. All right, Matt, up 4-2, third set.
Hey, Matt, Mike, sorry, you mind if I join you?
Hey, Patrick, how are you?
I'm doing well, doing well. Thought I'd jump in for a little bit of commentary. Sometimes it's hard to be solo for a little while, but you've been doing a great job. I was listening to you.
Hey, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I have become an 11-ball room addict, as probably several in the chat have also become. It's constant action every day.
What's that?
I said it seems like the 11-ball room has constant action every day.
Constant action every day. Yeah, that's true. Oh, hold on one second.
So I know I've watched a lot of Rob's games. I haven't seen Matt play yet. I've heard him commentate, but I haven't seen his game yet.
Yeah, Matt's one of the top players in Utah. Real strong game. He's a player that definitely shoots for his pocket. I apologize. I'm in my garage. I don't know if you can hear that, but the water going off. So let me put it on mute for a second, okay?
Okay, sure. I wasn't sure if it was my microphone that was causing you an interruption there. So,
no, it's fine. It's
I get it. That's the joys of remote commentary. You can be in any environment and be commentating a pool match somewhere else in the world. So it is what it is. Yeah, he decided not to take on that one ball offensively. Just no way to get back to the two there. But that didn't work out so good for him at all. It looks like Rob's got a little bit of an angle on this one. Could stun it in the side and come through that little window between the three. Even if you aimed to stun into the three, you're going to be in good shape on the two. I think he's got a little bit of a window. Let me just check the overhead. I mean, a little bit of an angle. Yeah, he's just got that slight angle. As long as you don't come behind the 3 or 4.
Yeah,
in between 3, 4.
That's a really good shot there, huh?
It is, because he could have come off the 4 a little funny and gotten stuck. There was a 6 over there. There was a lot of potential problems, but he came through it really nicely.
Yeah, he's a little straight in on this shot. I don't know if it looks like he's going to have to just kind of cinch the ball and take his medicine and take the long 3-ball shot.
Decides to draw back.
Yeah, I like that. Okay.
Yeah, got the window there between the 9 and the side pocket, so he's got room to pocket the 3 in the side. I think he's got to take the 4 in the side as well, the opposite side, unless he wants to draw back again. But it's probably straight enough to do kind of a stop shot here.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
One thing I've noticed about Rob's game is he doesn't seem to ever take any shots for granted like you typically see with most players in the 550 to 600 range. They typically can play well at times, but then they let their guard up, or they shorten up their pre-shot routine. He seems to be really methodical about his pre-shot routine.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. And, I think that along with playing a lot and being in these big matches, it really allows you to tighten down the screws, really gets you down into formation and build your confidence up even when you're down 2 sets,
Yeah. So, and I didn't watch earlier today. I was in the yard all day doing yard work and stuff. So I just kind of started watching. So this is the 3rd set. Each one 400 in the middle, and then each one was 200 in the middle. This one's double or nothing.
I believe it was 400 in the middle. I think that's what it was. No, it was 200. It was 200 and 200, and now this is the double or nothing 400.
Yeah. So if Rob wins this set, it's breaking even for him.
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he played a lot yesterday against Bobby, and I think you can kind of see the fatigue setting in. He's hitting the wrong side of the pockets on some shots, and the execution just wasn't as sharp. And I think that kind of goes with the, playing so much. I think you can play a little bit too. So.
Yeah, and the fatigue is part, the mental wear of playing for 10, 12, 14 hours straight. Although physically you're still fit enough to to move around the table and execute strokes. It's the mental ability to stay completely focused for that long. Most people don't have the ability to really do that for long periods like that. And
Yeah, yeah. And in shots like this is kind of an ideal shot right here. The cue balls tend to come about this way, um, whereas, and that's kind of what happens.
yeah,
Is, and I don't want to jinx anything, but that kind of what happens when you're just off that little bit and the fatigue is really setting in. Those kinds of mistakes kind of happen. That's kind of what's been happening all match long. Not to take anything away from Matt. Matt shot really, really well. He's made good shots, but you can definitely see the fatigue setting in, the mental fatigue at least with Rob.
yeah. This one is no picnic for Matt. He's got to get his sand wedge out and really kind of dig
Yeah.
that out of the hole, because you're going to hit that point of the corner pocket pretty much for sure. And you got to play that. Yeah. Just like that. It's hard to not go too far.
Yeah, yeah, and it's so true. And Matt's been firing these shots in. He might leave himself a little bit funny on the 10 ball shot, but I feel like Matt's gonna make this shot.
Now, do you like corner or side here, Mike?
I would roll this ball up into the corner, just because I don't risk the cue ball running into the side, and then I can control the cue ball a lot better, even though it's going to go towards the rail. At least I know I'm not going to scratch, and I feel more comfortable with that. But
you like the side.
Yeah, he likes the side, and that's kind of a personal preference, I guess.
Well, yeah, and I think on that one he was intending to come back and bump the 8 at that speed that he hit it at. I think his intention was to be bumping the 8 on the way back out. So he's got a tester here. Spot shot drill.
Spot shot drill. That's right.
Yeah. How many Predator events have we seen end with these? Pretty much.
Hitting the long rail. No,
oh, beautiful.
Fires it in.
There
Good
you
shot.
go.
5-2. That's a big game right there. Big game.
Yeah. Big 10 ball shot. Those are the ones that, when the game's on the line and you're shooting it to the pocket like that, you're not thinking about, what if I miss? What am I leaving? You're just it's pretty much all out from that point at that speed.
Yeah, especially when you're up 2-0.
How many Predator events have we seen end with these? Pretty much.
Hitting the long rail. No,
oh, beautiful.
Fires it in.
Oh, there you go.
5-2. Nice shot. That's a big.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the clutch shot because there's only one ball in rotation that matters, whereas one pocket, every ball matters. There's only one that matters in rotation, and that's what makes those shots have, so much more value, obviously. So many times, right, in rotation, especially at the, under 650 level, it comes down to who can finish those last couple of balls, right?
Yeah, it's so true because we're under 650. We're not running racks like the pros do, but every once in a while we'll get some in. But you're right, we gotta take care of the last at least 25% of the rack, 30% of the rack in order to finish the games off. So.
All right, this looks like a 3-foul kind of rack to me. As far as like how are you, how do you
got that feel to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would have probably hit it on the left side of the one ball and kind of put the cue ball down there underneath the 5 and the 2, above the 5 and the 2, and bring the 1 down, huh?
Yeah, I'm wondering how much value there is in pocketing the 1 if there's a potential lockup safety with the 2. I don't know. If the cue ball is where it is right now, is there enough room to bump the 2 and get behind the 3 or something weird like that? But I think because there's really not that value there, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything offensive.
Yeah. Let's see here. Bring that cue ball back over there. You might be able to bring it there behind the 6 ball. You know, might be able to use that.
So he was.
Oh, no,
I
it's
don't think,
foul.
and I don't think that ball would
I
have
don't think it was
scratched
going.
either.
Yeah, I don't think it was going. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so, but yeah, I don't think it would have disturbed any other balls anyway. But I'd like to see it back I saved it just to watch it back. But
Okay.
yeah, let's go back to the main view here. What does Matt like here?
See, I think I've got to play safety here. I don't see any benefit in, like you said, making the 1 here, especially with ball in
Yeah.
hand.
Well, it turned out to be a safety, didn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, but yeah, you're right. He could have used that ball in hand, got froze up to the back of the 10, tried to get him on 2, right? And then I think that's your easiest way out of this rack is the 3 foul. But let's see.
And I think now either player could get the 3 foul. It kind of depends on who gets the lucky leave here.
And it feels like both players are really trying hard to pocket the 1, and I'm not really clear on what the next step is here.
Patrick, I get the feeling that if you and I were playing, we'd be playing a lot of safeties on this game.
I think, yeah, I would.
I'm going to go ahead and let you try and make it, Patrick, not me.
Yeah, I'm more of a moving player. I'm not the best, most accurate, ball pocketer, but I feel like I move really well.
Mm-hmm.
So my speed is 580. So, within the range anyway of.
I'm a 6'11".
You guys, yeah.
So again, I think maybe even playing a safety, overcutting it, and I think he got away with it there. But
yeah,
it's going to be okay. I think there could have been a better option. Maybe cut it a little bit thinner instead of hit the 1 thicker, and bring the cue ball over there to the right side of the table a little bit more.
So he's going to jump. He's got his jump cue, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to call the pocket or not? Because, I mean, I don't think I'm jump. Again, I don't think I want to make it. But let's see what he ends up doing here. He does, but yeah, there's really nothing. Yeah, it's kind of like you just played a safety on yourself there. And unless there's room there to get by the 3, which maybe he's looking at right now.
No, well, I mean, it goes by, but it doesn't go by the 5. At least it doesn't look like it goes past the 5. I think you can hit it, but now the question now comes into play is making sure you almost get a good hit, because sometimes when you hit it soft, you hit it on the outside of that 2 ball right there, and you don't even get a rail coming back. So.
Yeah, because you're going rail first with the cue ball. The 2 is going to go into to 5, but if it doesn't have enough motion, it's got to get back to the rail, right? Or push the 5 to the rail.
You're not going to hit it that hard.
Yeah, you don't want to, because you hit it hard and you're selling out. You're just opening everything up.
So he's kind of in a precarious position. I'd probably sink that 2 ball or that 6 ball right up in there, and we're playing a long game here. Yeah,
you're just going to give up the ball in hand. If you're going, if you're going to give up an intentional, I would have just thrown that 6 ball in there and just made it completely impossible to hit the 2 or try to. Go ahead and move the 6 into the pile. But I guess
we're not there, and we're not there, and they are. That's
yeah.
Kind of the cool thing
that's
about the whole thing.
That's right. They can see a lot of the things that we can't see.
Let's see what Matt does here. And I almost feel like if you can somehow manipulate the double kiss somehow, because I just feel like the only way you're going to make a good hit on the 2 is to hit a double kiss. Going.
Yeah, that's not bad. Actually, come full into it, double kiss the cue ball back out of there, and leave it. Maybe even if you're lucky, you can leave it frozen on the rail too. That would be
Yeah,
Extra
see,
nasty.
maybe he's trying to pocket the 5 ball on this shot, which is, it's probably not a bad shot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did and got it success. Is that wired now? The 2-3?
The way
That would
this
be.
match has been going, it wouldn't surprise me. It
I mean,
looks wired.
that's kind of crazy if that is wired. That he's hitting it at an angle, so I don't think it. I think he's looking at
Maybe he's
looking
playing
at
it
safe.
safe here. Just kind of roll up there behind the 8. Maybe
Yeah, I
come
think he's
down
going to run
here
in.
towards the pocket, like right in here.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Overcooked it a little bit.
Yeah.
Looks like he's able to see it.
So Rob, I'd say, made a good choice. Given that this is what he's coming back to the table with, I would say his choice was sound.
Mm-hmm.
To just go ahead and give up the intentional ball in hand and see what you come back
Right.
with.
Yeah. Now he doesn't have to worry about a 3-foul rule.
Yeah, I think Rob had kind of identified that it wouldn't be really easy for Matt to play a return safe to get him on 2, so that's why he chose to do that. Just leave everything exactly the way it is, and even with ball in hand, the safety is not easy.
Yeah, and in a 650 and unders, we don't think about that our opponent's on 1, so I have an opportunity to lock him up on 2. This is a tough shot here. He's got to bring the cue ball out here like this in order to get a shot, because if you underhit it, you're going to tend to underhit it, and you're going to get snickered behind the 6 ball. So real good shot there. You saw how hard he had to hit that stroke.
Yeah, good fundamental, stayed down, followed through the whole way.
Kind of the same thing here, just kind of focus and bear down, make the shot. Don't do anything funny. If you can draw it back, 6 inches, that's great.
Yeah,
sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, if you can get in line with the 6, it's all stop shots mostly from that point.
Right. And sometimes I was going to say, even going forward, will get you in line with that 6, because you can almost kind of cheat the pocket a little bit and hit the middle of the magic rack and head back up, which it kind of looks like he's going forward. Yeah, see, just like that.
Look at that. What a beautiful shot that was.
Yeah. Real good shot. Maybe this is the swing where Rob gets his second win. This will be
he probably just noticed that I was commentating. He's trying to show off a little bit. I don't know. No, getting in line with that 6 was the key. Makes everything else so much easier. Oh, we lost Mike. I assume he'll be back in a second. We get you back, Mike?
Yeah, I'm back. I live out in the boonies in Arizona, so Starlink every once in a while, it works. Sometimes it doesn't. So.
I see. So it's an internet issue there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A little satellite once in a while, but I'm in the garage too, so it makes it a little bit.
Okay.
So let's draw this back a little bit. Rob, take the long shot. This is a little bit of a tester for him. He's the side pocket kind of comes into play. This section right in here comes into play too. When you're down a couple of sets and you're tired. So we'll see how he comes out on this.
You nailed it. Yeah, I think you nailed it with your circle, though. You're right. That extra few inches getting you on the rail makes that 10 ball a lot tougher.
It does. And then you mentally you start thinking about things. It's just like these little 6, 7, 8 inches. It just makes a little bit of a difference. And he's been hitting the short rail on this on these ones. He really bear down and made that shot. So that was a really good out. Even though it was only 2 balls for somebody that's been,
Yeah.
kind of struggling all day, that was a good out.
It was a good out because, I mean, it came after his shot before the run was the intentional ball in hand. And when he gets back to the table, he runs it out. And so
Very
that tells
true.
me,
Yeah,
when you're thinking about, was that the right choice? Well, in his case, yeah, absolutely.
it
That was
was.
the right
Yeah,
choice.
yeah,
He
maybe
thought about it.
that.
Looking for the pink and the purple to go to the side pockets here. You got the purple and the cue ball. Well, cue ball got bumped around a little bit too much there. It was a good break until that.
Matt's got ball in hand here.
Yeah, let's take a look at the overhead. See where that 1 has room. By the 7 it does, it looks like. If that's what you wanted.
I think I probably would choose the side pocket on the top there.
Yeah.
If
I
it,
agree.
the 7 ball kind of poses a problem with your bridge hand. That's kind of the issue with that. If it goes in a corner pocket up there by the 6, I'm probably taking that as an option. That's probably my first option.
Yeah, I think I like that too, because you're just rolling forward for position on the 6. So, yeah, the 1 does play by the 7. It's just a smaller pocket, I think.
Okay. Looks like he's playing a combination here.
Does
Maybe?
he? Oh, maybe then, if that's the case, maybe it doesn't go. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Good shot.
Now you got something to work with here on getting to the 2. I don't know if he likes coming underneath the 5 there, spinning down for the side pocket. I don't think this is kind of a tough shot because he's straight in, kind of stretching. It's kind of a funny. You see the stance there. It just feels weird.
Yeah, a little awkward. Yep.
Yeah, and then you kind of get this shot here where, if you're going to stun, you're going to stun it straight towards the 3 ball.
Yeah. These are very missable.
What a shot.
For Matt.
Great shot. This one, it looks like he's probably just going to, knowing Matt a little bit, I think he's going to go 2 rails here, back up into the middle of the table. There you go. You want to watch out for the jacked up. Makes this shot a little bit touchy, even though he's straight in. Got to make sure you got a good solid bridge here. Matt likes to pop the ball a little bit. See that little pop right there?
Yep. You called it. And he got fortunate, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a little fortunate.
Well, the pool god's helping out Rob a little bit there, or helping out Matt.
Helping out Matt, and
yeah,
that's kind of how it goes, man.
Yeah. A lot of people get caught up in that, the luck of one way or the other, the roles that happen in a match. And, I always tell people, it's like, well, what are you going to do about it? It's like,
right.
If you can't, if it's not something that you have any control over, then why are you focusing any attention at all on it? Right. It only takes away your ability to focus on the actual game and the execution and things you should be doing. The luck part of it, if you focus any attention at all on the luck, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your energy because it's not something you can control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's never factored in. It's never factored in how lucky somebody got or how unlucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's hard to not get emotionally when you're struggling and then a guy gets a lucky roll on you, over and over, and you're like, come on, really? Oh, nice little bank shot there. Had some zest on it.
doesn't really pay off though.
I think he's okay, actually, Mike.
Really? Okay. All right.
Yeah, he's looking at it. He hasn't gotten down on it, to the eye level. Well, that tells me it's probably good to go.
Yeah, it does look like it's good to go. Just to get up on the hill here, for the third time. Yeah. This is a funny shot here. The cue ball tends to, when you draw it, it tends to come up here. Sometimes if you hit it bad, it kind of goes over here, and then you really miss the shot. Personally, I like to go forward a little bit, but Matt will probably just knock it in like that. That's such a tough shot right there, to be able to stun that ball over at that speed, and be able to get that shape. He was almost straight in. Yeah, this is put him on the hill. That's good.
Uh-oh. Wow. He's made some great 10 balls in this match, and that one was probably one of the easier ones that he had, although his cue ball was close to the rail.
Right.
It was much easier than some of the other ones I've seen him make. But
yeah, it's true. And sometimes I think that we all take those shots for granted, especially the 650s and under. This is definitely no give me. Rob's bridge a little bit longer than I would imagine for a shot like this, but he obviously feels a little bit comfortable shooting the shot. So I anticipate he's going to make it. So shakes his head and he's like, man, I can't believe I got away with that one.
Yeah, he got away with one. We call it a steal, I guess, right? You kind of steal a rack. There's always going to be 2 or 3 steals in a match like this.
It's true. So were you say Washington State, North Washington?
I am Western Washington. I am between Seattle and the Olympic Mountains.
Okay.
So I'm on the peninsula out here. When you take a ferry boat away from downtown Seattle, it kind of goes out to the peninsula, and that's where I live.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Yeah, so far enough away from Seattle that I don't have to deal with the problems of the city.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Phoenix. I live like 20 minutes south of Sedona.
Oh, that's a beautiful area. My wife just went to Sedona with some friends for a little vacation.
Oh, really? Oh, for the first time?
It was her first time. Yeah, I'd been there a couple of times.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Yeah. Where'd they stay at?
I'm not sure. It was last year. I didn't go.
Yeah, I'm a wine tour guide.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people don't know this, but Arizona was one of the first states to produce wine. So Prohibition came out and kind of destroyed that. Told them to no more and gave those rights to California.
So your job is a wine tour guide? Like you drive people around on a bus to the different wineries and they just do tastings, and man, that sounds like a good time.
That's exactly what it is.
Can I book a session? Do I get a discount here?
Right? Yeah, exactly. Arizona, right where I'm at, we live in the Verde Valley, and we have 25 wineries in the area, and we're growing at a 10% rate. We've got real good soil for grapes, good climate, good soil. Got that lava rock, and so wine is actually it's considered an AVA, which is an American viticulture area, and so wine is on the map globally. So a lot of people don't know that when they come to Sedona, and so that's another perk to coming to Sedona besides the beauty.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah, a lot of people think of Arizona as just all desert and saguaro cactus everywhere, but it does have.
Hmm.
Oh, look at this shot from
That's a
Matt.
great shot by Matt. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like can get a stranglehold on this match here.
Can we do a
But
triple
yeah,
jump?
a triple jump. Yeah,
I mean, we've all seen the Jesus Atencio double jump shot, right?
that's
Everybody's
right.
familiar with that by now, but this would be the triple jump. I don't think anybody's seen that one yet. Yeah. Yeah, that's well, God, that 10 ball's right in your way for the I think the 10 is in your way, isn't it? No, maybe not. Yeah. Oh, what a kick. Man, he just barely gets by the 10. Nice hit on the 1. Should have gotten a little more love for that. It was such a great shot. Could have ended up so much better afterwards, but good job not giving up ball in hand. Good draw stroke there from Matt. So, Mike, you used to be from the Salt Lake area, and you moved out to Arizona recently. Is that what I hear?
Yes, we moved here in April of 2024, and then we bought a home last April,
All
um,
right,
and we've been here for 2 years. So uh,
nice.
I miss home. I miss Utah. I miss my friends over there. But I really enjoy it over here. My wife and I, we love it over here.
Well, now with EvoSports, you get a chance to be part of the action with your old
Yeah,
crew.
yeah. This is great. The platform's really user friendly. Um, it's clean. Uh, Looks great. I love it.
Yeah, I
For
mean
being a first timer, I like it.
and it's the best thing about it is just being that no, you don't need to know how to run any kind of software. It's just a web portal that you sign into, and you can be anywhere in the world and be part of the action.
Hmm.
Oh, look at that 6 ball just hung up there.
And how are they rolling? How are they
Yeah,
rolling?
man.
That's just it.
Yeah, it's a high percentage jump shot to make, but what are you going to get afterwards? You
Right.
know?
Hopefully lucky.
Yeah. I mean, because the ideal way is to jump and kick one rail right before the ball and have it swing around, but you're not
Hmm.
gonna, it's gonna be.
I almost like to just hit this, almost hit this point right here, and
Do you and just slow roll it
you
to the
gotta,
ball
yeah,
and
you
just
gotta
take.
slow roll it. I mean, that's the easiest way for me to make a good contact.
Yeah,
I'm not really worried about shape because I got to take my medicine when I shoot the shot. But
the jump shot is definitely rolling the dice, but slow rolling a kick is also,
mm,
a gamble because the ball can kind of go wide on you when you hit it at such a soft pace,
that's
in
true.
that distance that it's hard to judge those when you're slow
And
rolling.
I'm not a good kicker either. I'm not a good jumper either. So that's another reason why I would kick.
Yeah,
But it looks like Rob's taking this on, this little jump here for a little standard jump
yeah,
for most people.
I like
And
it.
he
Yeah, he had lots of room. And how
fired
did
it.
it turn out?
Yeah. Not like a peach,
Not
but
terrible.
we'll take it.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah, I'm already thinking. What are we going offensive here, or are we? Or are we
I
going to
think
find the safe?
so. If you take you can hide the cue ball up here behind the nine.
Hey, I'll be
Um,
right back. I gotta
mhm,
jump for a second. I'll be right back.
yeah. So yeah, that's kind of what I see, you guys. I think you need to hit the 8 ball into the 10. You can use that as a 10, kind of slow the 10 down, and that gives you an opportunity to draw it and control the cue ball. Um, Kind of went to hit this point right here. Uh, you kind of see where he's pointing at right there. And the cue ball naturally wants to come over where that magic rack is and draw off that and come back into the 9. I kind of think that's kind of the route I would go. Um, you know, really got to make sure that you do not hit the 9. I think that's the key to this shot, not hitting the 9, and kind of drawing up behind the 9. So maybe he had a little bit more angle and he wasn't able to do that. I didn't realize he was able to. I don't know if I would have taken on the 8 ball like that, but I think he did get a little bit of a roll here. Matt doesn't have a real good shot after the 9 ball. He could kind of twist this and end up bringing the cue ball right over here after he makes the 9 or the 8. But that's what kind of happens when you twist a little bit too much. You overcut it. I don't know if Rob is able to. Looks like he's got to twist this in a little bit too. So very similar shots. Rob, I believe, is going to have to, hit this rail here, and then he kind of has to go back and forth. You know, got to use a little bit of inside English to hit it back and forth there to make sure that you hold it and keep it down at this end of the table. Ideally, you want to keep the ball right in that area. You don't want to go a little bit. You don't want to go anywhere above that. And you would definitely want to be on this side because that's the only this is the only pocket 9 goes in. Another option is he could probably just kind of draw this 8 ball. Now, he has been playing a lot of one pocket. You draw the 8 ball and you bring the cue ball back right over in there. And then the 8 ball, it tends to just draw right over here. He didn't hit as good as he wanted to, but that was kind of the idea. You can kind of see where he pointed at, and the 8 ball was over there. Probably wants that one back. Matt here, I think again, I think I go for it. It's right there. I can draw it off of that rail back here this way, and then bring it back down here. But even better, he chose the safer route. Played a really excellent safe. Rob's really in kind of a roll or hurt here. He's got to make a good hit, and the only way he's going to be able to do that looks like is going this way. And it looks like he's seeing that angle. It might be closer than I think. Yeah, it is. That's jammed up right there. So now Rob's going to have to go. It looks like Rob's going to have to go this way and this way and then this way. And hopefully get lucky, But if I'm Matt, I'm seriously thinking like, that's good. I'm on the hill. Yeah, I think looks like he's just gonna have to. Doesn't have much here. Can't tie any balls up. You have to go at least 2 rails, in my opinion. I don't know if you can go this way, but bottom line is you're jammed up, and Matt made a good shot. I like that he's taking his time thinking about it. Yeah, it's he's kind of looking at kind of massing. He's one he's pointing here, but with the masse it actually hits right there, and with that masse it tends to just barely miss the 8 ball. Again, you lose a lot of speed doing it that way because you're jammed up. It's just how it is. I just think the 2 railer is really the only shot. All right, let's see. Looks like he's going to go the Masse route. If he hits it, I would be very surprised if he gets a rail, um, just because the difficulty of this shot and being able to masse around it to get some speed. Yeah, yeah. See, even if he would have hit it, you could see how far the 8 ball would have moved. Instead, what you did is you made the 9 ball a little bit easier to get to the 8, and looks like he's probably just going to rack that up and say that's good, but maybe not. Um, Really, it's just stop, stop, or stop, roll forward uh, for Matt here. Uh, put him on the hill. All right, chat. We've got another announcement. Well, not another announcement, but just to let you guys know, as we watch Matt hit this 10 ball in to go up 6-4 in a race to 7. Matt's up 2 sets here. Next Friday and Saturday, we do have Mark Dexter and 11-ball Rob playing not 1 but 2 sets of 20K in the middle. Next Friday and Saturday. Ooh, ooh wee. All right, Matt on the hill. Looks like third set, double or nothing here. Matt's had a really good controlled break so far. Haven't had too many issues on losing control on it, just like that. Got away with him a little bit, but it looks like he's going to be able to pocket this 1 ball in that corner pocket up there. Nice little stun shot here. Uh, I think it's a lot easier than people try and make this to be. People tend to overhit the ball, but to me right now it looks like you just kind of stun it in there, or do what Matt does and just fire it in there. Um, he's going to have to go 2 rails on this one here to get back over there for the 3. Um, you know, they you almost want to get straight on so you can come back down there for the 4 ball. There's 1 and there's 2. It's got a little bit of an angle. You know, you can kind of see that after he hits the 3 ball and the cue ball wants to kind of go up there. Ideally, you want it up there, but that 8 ball right there is a big blocker. So looks like he might go forward. And how did he hit it? Looks like the 8 ball, like I said, you know, that's what happens when you're not straight in. You got to get a little bit funky, and then that 8 ball becomes really big. So looks like he can see a little bit of it. I don't know if it's what he wants to see, but maybe he can bank it in and play a little 1 pocket. Looks like he's going to try it. I probably would at this point. I think you fire this and excuse me. Oh gosh, I didn't think he could see all of that 5 ball. Matt should be out here, you know, just kind of bring the cue ball right over here. Just roll it up. Biggest thing here is just to make the ball. I don't think you need to put any outside English on it. If you do, we want to make sure that you come off the rail. Apologize. Looks like Matt failed to pocket the 8 ball, and Rob got another one. Rob's back in this match. Breaks and runs this rack here. I believe it'll be Hill. I think Rob's down 6-5 right now, which he is. Maybe not break and run, but kind of play well and get a win out of this one here, and it's Hill, and all of a sudden Rob feels good, you know. Control break here, make sure just don't scratch. That's what I always tell myself. It's a good one there. He's got a shot at this 1 ball. Probably play it down, you know, bring the cue ball down this way here, and then the cue ball is going to be kind of in this area here. You know, hit it pretty good. I would have preferred to be down here at the rail a little bit more, but the idea was there. Matt's got a hard shot here. I think you have to, if you can, maybe go this way and get lucky, but I think he's going to go the other way here. Yeah, it's tough there. Makes me wonder if that 8-ball shot is kind of getting to him a little bit. You know, kind of up 2 sets to 0. Sometimes the tendency is to take some shots for granted. We've all been there. Looks like Rob is going to go ahead and try and get a 3-ball 3 foul rule on Matt here. So it looks like he wants to try and put the one ball, maybe even closer to down here, and the cue ball kind of up in this area. If you think about the one coming down this way, kind of like that, and down in here. Fortunately, you can see that he hit on the top of the rail right here, which caused him to kind of open it up. Matt now has kind of an open shot. The biggest key was to hide the cue ball behind the 5 there. And then Matt doesn't have this shot. Made a really good shot. Made a really good shot to make the 1. He's got a good shot on the 2 here. This will be a little bit of a tester. Kind of roll this up. Well, actually, you've got to go back over here for the, for the 5 or the 4. So it's going to be. He hit this ball before. He hit it good too. This stun shot. This is a little bit harder shot, so it wouldn't be surprised me if he hits it. But tough shot. Not everybody can be like Mike Allen, make those shots all the time. This is even a tougher shot for Rob here, because that 10 ball is in the way. I don't know if he can kind of twist it up here and kind of goes back over this way, but this is not an easy shot. Yeah, tough shot here. Got to make a good hit. Got to get lucky. Got to get over this 9 first. Maybe that's all he had, but good hit. All right. Well, I don't see any issues here. Matt probably should probably clean us up for the 3rd set in a row. I like coming off the rail over here, making sure you come off this rail and end up over here. Just like that. You don't want to overcook it. Oh, my bad. This is the next ball. So yeah, he's been hitting these shots all night. Just kind of stun it over, back over to this pocket right over here. Just kind of roll the ball down. You want to use this side versus this side, just because it's a bigger pocket. I might even try and go this way, and then back over this way. But, underhit it just a hair. It's going to make this shot a little bit tougher. I almost feel like you need to go that route there if you plan on pocketing the 6 ball. The cue ball's got to travel at least, 25 feet in order for you to get shape on that 8-ball. At least 20 feet. Tough shot. You're naturally going to miss the 8 and the 9. But it's very possible. It's natural shape to the 8. Just play it safe. It's going to stick its head out a little bit. Rob's going to have a chance to get on the hill here. You know, biggest key here is just to make sure you get past the 10 ball. Be surprised how big that ball is. It's a big ball. Let's see what it does. Good shot. And just come straight back up, you know, kind of in that area. 9 ball in the same pocket. Stop there for the 10. Hill. Just like that. Well, after Rob pockets this 10 ball, he's got to feel like he's wouldn't doubt if Rob wants to play another set. Hilsky. All right, Rob up. Let's see. It's Hill. Third and final set. I don't know if it's the final set, but make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Please share the screen or share the stream. Appreciate everybody joining the commentary. This is my second commentary, so any and all feedback is greatly appreciated. Rob comes out with a pretty solid break here. This might be the break and run. I mean, this will get the money every time. This should get the money every time. You know, everything has a pocket. Nothing really is in problems here. The 9 goes past the 10 ball over there in the top right corner. Really, all you gotta do is just connect the dots. Roll the 1 ball up here for the 2. Looks like he's just resetting. You know, want to make sure you got the pattern right. It's a big game here. Got a big opportunity to close out this match and get back to even. Okay. Looks like he was able to hit that a little bit harder than thought he could. I think drawing out is a little bit what you want to do instead of going towards the 3, just like that. You want to draw out so you can create an angle. I think this one here, you want to kind of go forward, and then you kind of want to be back over here, maybe even more over here, and leave the cue ball in this area right there. You know, it's little bit of top English. You don't really want to put in running English. Looks like he's going to draw it. You know, sometimes when you draw it, you come a little bit past your line that you need to stay at, and that has a, you know, it can happen that way unless he's going to stroke it and play it in the side, which he has. That's not a, it's not a bad shot. I think he's building up that confidence. Like I said, I think if we think back a few games ago when he looked sharp on that last part, that last game, you know, that's where that confidence comes in at. I expect him to kind of jack this up, draw the cue ball back, and stop the cue ball right in there. Really just kind of stop, stun, and he's back to even, and no harm, no foul. All right. Yeah, I mean, really just gonna, ball's gonna be right over there. Make sure you don't let up on your stroke here. Sometimes when you do, the cue ball tends to roll forward and ends up lower than the intended spot that you wanted. You know, you really got to bear down, make this shot. Even if you overstroke it a little bit, it's better to be higher than lower uh, for that 9 ball. But you got to make the shot, that's for sure. Um, all right. Well, a little bit of a tester here for Matt on the rail. Hill. We're starting to see the nerves of the hill come in. Matt's got you know, it's kind of one of those uncomfortable shots because you're almost shooting down the rail, the whole length of the rail in your eyesight. So it's hard to stay focused on this shot. I think for me on this particular shot, I try and focus on the number 8 because that's looks like that's where you hit the ball to make the 8 ball. And he overcut it. So Rob's going to have an opportunity to play a bank here or some sort of safety, create some separation between the 8 ball and the cue ball. Personally, I think he's probably going to try and bring the cue ball over here, and the 8 ball is going to travel in this direction and maybe end up over in this area here. You know, it's kind of a tough shot because he's closer to the rail than it looks like, and so controlling the cue ball off the rail after you hit it with that speed can be a little bit tricky. You could also, you know, another way is take the cue ball that way. Use a little bit of outside English and come over here and bring the cue ball back over here, and then the 8 ball kind of ends up over in this area here, and then the cue ball ends up over in this area here. It's a good option too. That's probably the option I would take because I can control the cue ball a little bit better. I don't know if he called a pocket or not, but let's see what he does. He did call the pocket, or he wouldn't have hit it that hard. He might have got away with it. Let's look at Matt's body language here. Looks like he did get away with it. Matt's going to have to kick at this ball. I don't think a jump shot's a little bit iffy here. I'm sure Matt wants to try it, but it's so close to the rail right there that, if you don't hit it good, chances of the ball coming off the table is pretty high. I think that if you were able to hit this ball like that and stick the cue ball, Matt's been doing a good job of doing that. I think you have a good opportunity to get lucky and play some sort of safe, or just fire it in. Well, it's funny how a hill match this kind of stuff happens. Funny things happen when it's hill. Rob has a good opportunity here. Most important thing is not to keep this ball short. It is a little bit deeper, so the cue ball tends to hit over here a little bit more, which causes the angle to come lower than up here. So personally, I like using a little bit of top and manipulating the cue ball up there past the 10. You're not going to, as long as you miss the 10, I think you'll be okay. But you're not going to scratch for sure. Cue ball control is huge in this. Bear down. You got 3 balls to make it and get back to even after a long grind. 4 or 5 hours of playing pool. This is where it all comes down to. This is where all the practice comes in. See, and that's kind of what happens. Is it you're a little bit hesitant on the shot. You come up short, kind of like what I was saying before, and now you're kind of in a predicament where do I shoot it in? If I do, the cue ball is going to end up being right over here, and then I've got a tough shot on the 10. Or do I play safety and possibly leave the cue ball in this area here? So a couple of things for him to think about. You could also bring the cue ball, make the cue ball come up in there and bring the 9 ball down over here. That's kind of, he chose the ladder, the route that I said before. Unfortunately, it looks like Matt has a really tough shot, but he has a shot on the 9 to go straight into the pocket there. I think I'm firing this in and, kind of bearing down and playing this shot. Got to make it. Unless you're going to play a safe, you play a safe, then you can possibly bring the cue ball back down over here. It looks like he might be doing that. No, it might go. No. Well, Matt wants to get past the side pocket, but it doesn't look like it's going to do that. Rob's going to have to go. Going to go 3 rails here. I like to go this way. Some people like to end up being like right over here. But I like to be over on this side over here. It's kind of on preference, but I think Rob will probably go 3 rails and end up to have the cue ball end up over in this area somewhere. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Yeah, little firm. That's the hard part about that shot is if you don't really cut it in there, the angle can come down steep and you can end up down by this pocket. This is no gimme. Kind of bear down, make the shot if you feel like you're going to make it. If not, you can create separation in the 10 ball. Hits this rail right here and comes up here, and the 10 ball is up here, and the cue ball is down over here. So, I think you just bear down and make the shot, feeling good, and wrap it up. There it is. Good matches. Good matches. Thanks for everybody joining. My name is Mike Foussard, Miyagi. Till next time, don't forget, next Friday and Saturday, Mark Dexter and Loveman Rob. 2 sets of 20,000 in the middle. More to come.